for now. And these talks continue. They go on all day Tuesday as well.
The fucking parody account, the Iran parody account. Stop sending me that. That's not official, okay? Who knows what kind of fucking videos that they're posting. Stop.
If there's no statement backed by the US calling for de-escalation, that's the only thing.
That's all old shit. That's not
Israel,
new.
Might listen to. So it is significant. I think you have.
What does lobster and steak mean? Lobster and steak means that you're about to go to war, or at least, like, you know, get deployed to a much more get deployed towards a military position that will put your life on the line. It's like there's like a morale boost that they offer, a morale boost that they offer before deployment, almost like a final meal.
What power does the G7 really have? Because I don't think Prime Minister Netanyahu.
This video is not from Tel Aviv right now, Chatter.
Even if they did have that statement, would he even listen to that?
I don't think this video is from Tel Aviv right now.
One interesting and important question that was asked of the U.S. president there, James, by one of the reporters, is whether he wanted regime change in Iran.
That doesn't even look like Tel Aviv.
He didn't answer it. The only thing he said was he wanted Iran not to have nuclear weapons. What did you make of that?
Yeah, and that's been his position for a long time now. That is his.
Those strikes were from the Negev Desert, one I was talking about, from Operation True Promise 2 last year.
For example, the recent attack on Iranian state TV. Is this just an attack aimed at Iran's nuclear infrastructure, or is it aimed at something else? And we've certainly been getting messages from some in Israel that they would like regime change, and you just have to look at social media.
This is the Minister of Defense in Pakistan tweeting at the Shah's son.
On the right of US politics, there are many in the sort of neoconservative wing of.
Wait, this is the Minister of Defense in Pakistan tweeting at the Shah's son. If Iranian people are energized and motivated according to you, show some balls and go back and lead them and remove the regime. Put your money where your arse is, bloody parasitical imperial whore. Is Iran also belling? Or are they just not allowed to have news because vibes? Wait, what? Channel 13 confirmed of IDF command under their hospital. The existence of a fortified military command center beneath Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. Israel had previously fabricated similar claims to justify the destruction of Al-Shifa. Wait, what?
As the main headquarters for Hamas's terrorist activity. This IDF animation, posted in late October, claims to represent a Hamas tunnel system underneath the hospital. But having been inside Al-Shifa since early Wednesday, Israel's yet to produce evidence of the tunnels.
This is what they found.
Israel also released its own 7-minute video, which BBC Verify has analyzed.
I mean, I don't know if there's a military command center under a hospital, but yeah, of course, they have tunnels under their hospitals as well. Every hospital has tunnels, dude. The ones that's just a photo of that's just video footage of an underground hospital. The thing is, the hospital tunnels that they showed under Al-Shifa were built by Israel. That's why they knew there were underground facilities in fucking Al-Shifa, because they had built the underground facility. Of course hospitals have fucking underground facilities and tunnels. Yeah. Of course they do. It's normal. It just doesn't mean that you can use that as a reason to blow up the fucking hospital, man. That is psychotic. Yeah, it's called a basement. Anyway, BB in this fucking convo made a couple insane statements. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to show you this part that was pretty fucking damning. Prime Minister Netanyahu says if the U.S. helps Israel assassinate Iran's supreme leader, it will help end the conflict and make the Middle East great again.
U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants. And
That's crazy. You can't say that. As Israel, you're the last person. As the head of the Israeli state, you are the last person to say this, okay? There is no one on the planet that is less equipped to say something like this. I've often said everything Israel claims is pure projection. They do tenfold what they claim others are doing. They will say, they want endless death and destruction and destabilization. They want that times a million. Okay. Israel wants that times a fucking million. It is incredibly annoying to have to entertain this song and dance over and over again. But I do think that a lot of people don't believe it.
Bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. In fact, what Israel is doing is preventing this, bringing an end to this aggression. And we can only do so by standing up to the forces of evil. Look, democracies have had to learn this lesson. You know, they faced a tyrannical regime, a radical, fanatic regime. For 40 years, I've been saying, actually 3 years after the establishment of this radical Islamist Ayatollah regime in Tehran, I said that the greatest danger, not only to the survival of my country.
Who do you think genuinely believes this? Like, actually, I think due to the unprecedented death and destruction that Americans have seen and Western society has seen coming from Israel and Gaza specifically, there is a much smaller number of people who believe this now than ever before. But, you know, Americans are a incredibly stupid nation of people. Half of the fucking country thinks that the guy who assassinated Democratic lawmakers was actually secretly woke in Antifa. So who knows? Like, Americans are uniquely stupid. Our literacy rate is 76% or something. So we are a tremendously dumb and incredibly violent nation, unfortunately.
But to the peace of the world is Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. And they are on the brink of achieving that. So imagine what they're doing now without nuclear weapons. Chanting death to America without nuclear weapons. Imagine what will happen if they had nuclear weapons and the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, to deliver it to every place on Earth. We're preventing the...
Yeah, dude, Iran's going to nuke the planet. Like, Iran's not even going to nuke Israel, dude. Shut the fuck up.
The most terrific war imaginable. And we're bringing peace to the Middle East. And I believe that after our action, we're going to be able to bring the Middle East to new heights that nobody even imagined. You know, make the Middle East great again. Make it truly great.
Iran with current weapons never attacked Israel directly. Yeah, until this last Operation True Promise 1, 2, and 3. That was a new meta. After Israel struck Iran. Iranian soil. Yeah. We're going to make the Middle East great again. Worth remembering Netanyahu's 2002 testimony to Congress urging the U.S. to invade Iraq based on lies. Let's see if he's using the same
A
narrative
tyrant
here.
who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. And today the United States must destroy the same regime because a nuclear-armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk. It is simply not reflecting the reality to assume that Saddam isn't feverishly working to develop nuclear weapons. As we speak. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location. The 3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in
ISIS, enormous positive reverberations. I mean, it was positive for Israel.
Iraq will make the third victory that much easier, less than dismantling his regime will do. Because Saddam's nuclear program has fundamentally changed in those 2 decades. He no longer needs one large reactor to produce the deadly material necessary.
Like, I'm sorry, guys. If you fucking believe a lick of if you think that there is anything that he's saying that's truthful, you're the dumbest guy on the planet. Okay? These motherfuckers have been lying, and the American government has been lying in the same exact ways in perpetuity. Okay? We have to go to war. There's nothing we can do. They got endless weapons. They will train those weapons on us. We have to kill them. We have to kill them dead. It'll be super positive. Yeah, super positive for the interest of the military-industrial complex. Super positive for oil producers. Super positive for Halliburton. Super positive for capital, for sure.
Necessary for atomic bombs. He can produce it in centrifuges the size of washing machines that can be hidden throughout the country. And I want to remind you that Iraq is a very big country. It is not the size of Monte Carlo. It is a big country. And I believe that even free and unfettered inspections will not uncover these portable manufacturing sites of mass death.
Breaking, Haifa refinery shuts down after Iranian missile strike. Israel's Bazan refinery group has shut down all operations after a direct Iranian missile strike on its Haifa Bay facility yesterday, causing major infrastructure damage. The announcement came hours before Iran launched the 9th wave of its Operation True Promise 3. Bazan reported that key power plants supplying electricity and steam for the complex was significantly damaged, forcing a full shutdown of the refinery and all of its subsidiaries. 3 workers were killed after a stairwell collapsed in a shelter. Thick smoke and extreme heat left them with little chance of survival. All were residents of Haifa and the Kiryat. The shutdown was first revealed in a stock exchange disclosure required by law. Israeli security officials reportedly had not announced the attack publicly before then. We saw it, but we saw it not because of the Israeli media reporting on it, but because people were literally fucking filming it in and around the area, in spite of the Israeli military censor's best practice here. And on top of that, yeah, they revealed it in a stock exchange disclosure. So now we know Bazan produces refined fuel for transport, agriculture, industry, and domestic use, and handles hazardous substances, including benzene and known carcinogen. Repairs are expected to take 10 days. Environmental officials say the strike confirms longstanding fears. 2 of the 3 missiles and the whole system collapsed. We warned of this scenario years ago. Iran says the strike was retaliation for Israeli attacks on civilian areas in Tehran. The Haifa refinery supplies 65% of Israel's refining capacity, making it one of the country's most strategic energy sites. A leak of benzene is so good for the lungs. I mean, it does smell tasty. Trump responds to Tucker Carlson's criticism. He says no free clout. Wow. Donald Trump takes a jab at Tucker Carlson after he criticized Trump's support for Israel's attack on Iran. I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Oh my God. He said no free clout. You're cloutless. You're bitchless, Tucker. Oh my God.
6 years, right?
6 years.
And he's done what they haven't been able to do. So he's done really a very good job.
I hate this animal so much. Like, I can't, dude, Kier I almost called him Keir Stalin. Keir Starmer is so fucking pathetic. He is so servile. He is such a fucking weenie hut junior little cuck sitting on the cuck chair being like, yes, England is also at the table. Imperial conquest is a fantastic opportunity for us to show all of our mighty weapons. I hate this motherfucker so much. He is so fucking pathetic. They are breaking missiles have been launched by Iran towards Israel, will arrive in a few minutes. Also, for the record, they literally did a hostile takeover of the Labor Party at the behest of Israel. That is a real thing. Using anti-Semitism as a cudgel to dismantle any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment that existed within the Labor Party at a time when the Labor Party was at its peak popularity. They rat-fucked the Labor Party from within. One of the major players that played a formative role in this was outed as a pedophile only a couple months ago, okay? Labor Friends of Israel guy who was literally investigated for pedophilia. Like that, they crafted an internal coup within the fucking Labor Party, and Keir Starmer is one of the recipients and one of the most responsible members for it. So if you hate the modern Labor Party, remember, Israel played a role in this.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he said no free clout. What is this, Brandonization? Trump drops what PM Starmer calls a very important document. POTUS jokes, it's a little windy out here. Calls it an EU trade agreement, but it's confirmed to be an agreement with the UK. What is this? Obviously, America carries the greatest moral stand for everything here, but there's something especially disgusting about the United Kingdom going so far as to provide targeting data for Israel solely. They can claim they're still a major world power. Oh, yeah, this is, he's talking about the Cyprus intelligence missions that the Royal Air Force engages in. Biden bought his first ticket to hell a long time ago, but he logged this last one because of his personal Zionist bloodlust and spite. For Trump, it was for Miriam's checkbook and his pre-existing neocon impulses, but for Starmer, it's just an attempt to look important. Missiles incoming. Sirens are now lit up in Tel Aviv. Oh my God, AP having the chat live is crazy. There's so many Turks in here saying Allah Baba geliyor. Aha geliyor Hüseyin Alak. Füze gönderiyorlar İsrail'e. Yine. Yeah. Keir Starmer's personal motivation for being for playing an active role in Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is so crazy, because like there's no real what the fuck. Oh, interceptors off the side of the building that we saw. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was an anti-air. That was an anti-air that fucking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are they fucking. Did they actually hack these? What the hell's going on? That's a misfire. Wait, why did this stop? Camera quickly turned away. I'm confused. Camera very quickly turned away and stopped looking in that direction. Look. Look. You can see it from the building. One of them is deployed right here, and it's supposed to be an interceptor, and then it literally lands back. Doesn't suck ass. I think they stopped the feed. It's no longer live. Sirens cut out as well. No, they cut the feed. They cut the feed. They're not showing real-time footage any longer. Oh my God. They cut it, and then I think this is spliced footage. Like, look. Look. Look. No fucking way. No fucking way. It is. There are some pixels moving if you look closely. No. I'm saying there are pixels moving, but I feel like it's just... Wait. Maybe I'm crazy. Nearly all YouTube live streams showing Tel Aviv and Haifa skylines are being taken offline, reportedly at the request of Israeli authorities. No! That's crazy. They're all showing the same footage now.
And we will, of course, keep a close eye on the situation and what's happening over Israeli skies here on Al Jazeera.
Chat. There's probably a fucking loop. I'm saying it feels like they flicked the camera. They flicked the camera after the Iron Dome interceptor failing, and they flicked it, and then most likely put a loop on. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Now the camera is moving again. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. CNBC's feed is at a different angle with different lighting too. I don't think there's anything weird going on, dude. It's just a live stream. If I still worked in broadcast, I would have hooked you up with some live feeds. I don't know why the siren stopped. Maybe the missiles, incoming missile stopped. I don't know. Haifa police opened an investigation after receiving reports of individuals filming the Haifa port from a hotel balcony. Officers confiscated the cameras and some of the photographers were questioning. Details were handed to the General Security Service for further security review. Yeah, they're also clamping down on read the AP pinned on the live stream. Our live streams are a view into some of the biggest events and moments every day. Donate to support AP journalism. What? That's the pin. What? They said the sirens are set 90 seconds and don't go for the duration of the strike. Live link. What is this? It's not loading. CNN. This isn't new. What? No, this isn't new, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This is looped up too. Guys, come on, dude. Oh my God. Exercise a little bit of fucking caution.
A regime that is quite entrenched after 45 years of being in power.
There's like hella bot accounts that just try to fucking generate traffic by putting fake shit up.
He would know that Netanyahu
The CNN
is
18
basically,
accounts, some of them are
driving
actually
the United
CNN live
States
feeds
into
that they're
another adventure,
restreaming
towards
illegally,
Trump
but a lot of them are
ran an
often just like
election
fake shit.
against.
And as we're talking, Marwan, we've heard another air raid siren in Tel Aviv there, and what is being described as a misfired air defense rocket. Now, obviously, so much of what happens next
I
in
can't
this
believe we watched
conflict,
that
Marwan,
live.
hinges on the United States and on President Trump himself. We've heard mixed messages from the administration. How do you assess Trump's position right now? Is he's of course campaigned against being, he wanted to be less interventionist. He's campaigned against wars in the Middle East. He said the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. Do you think it's going to stay that way?
Look, the problem with Trump is that he's not versed in foreign policy. He doesn't understand strategic calculus.
I'm on
He probably
AP,
talks to
chat.
this
Calm
and that
down.
other person. He's surrounded by yes men.
Is there a fucking
And he's
delay?
certainly influenced by Netanyahu and
Chat.
his Israel lobby, including
Test the delay.
evangelical
Subscribe
Christians who
now.
would like to see Iran annihilated.
For $5 or $6
So we
or for
don't
free with a
know
Twitch
if
Prime.
he's going to get the right advice or the wrong one.
Okay,
I
there
think
is no delay in the
probably
chat.
At the G7, he'd probably hear a bit more sobering advice. It's not to say that his European partners are, holier than thou. They're not. In fact, if you allow me, I'm just going to take a few seconds to give you a bit of a perspective.
Right.
Regardless what one thinks about the Iranian regime,
I don't know what happens to misfired munitions. I don't know if it like explodes before impact with the ground. No, there was just a plain drone, but you missed it.
The fate of the Middle East, the fate of Iran, 70 years after they did that, when they changed a government democratically elected in Iran in 1953, 70 years later, we have a British prime minister and an American president, the same type of characters that try to dominate, try to rob, try to redraw the Middle East. Then we are living those moments again, a bunch of white imperialists trying to redraw the Middle East with an attitude of an holier than thou, that they are supporting an ally, which is actually an implant for self-defense, when we all know,
that definitely
these are the
exploded. You
same
can
colonial
see
imperial powers
like
that
that
tried to
definitely
run
hit.
and divide the Middle East
Right?
just a century earlier.
Or maybe not.
It's kind of eerie to
Maybe it was
watch,
more so the flares as it was
Van
going
Leyen
down.
talk about how Israel has a right to self-defense and how the French and the British are silent and complicit, and how the Americans are smug and say how excellent it is that Iran is being destroyed. Again, you don't have to be a fan of the Iranian regime to know that this is going to lead to huge pent-up violence in the Middle East. There are no victories in the Middle East. We've seen it happen and again over a century. Every time Israel says it won a war, it came out victorious the past 70 years.
Right.
For some reason, it's fighting more and more wars.
And what is also interesting here is that President Trump seems to have failed on all the big foreign policy issues that he promised he would solve quickly. They all seem to have gotten worse, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Russia, Ukraine.
There's no doubt that the false promise that I will resolve everything in 48 hours and 24 hours, of course, is all wishful thinking. And he said, well, wasn't serious, and all the rest of it. Not really understanding that these are very complex issues that have history. It's not a question of, as Biden framed it, terrorism against democracy or tyrannies against democracies. None of that. It's a far more complicated issues. And the way, again, Netanyahu just framed it, we just heard it in his interview on ABC, saying that the Iranian regime is this and that. Yes, the Iranian regime was a destabilizing force in the Middle East, there's no doubt. But the person who is saying this is indicted on criminal charges by the world's highest court, even corruption in his own courts. And his country and himself have been invading and occupying countries like there is no tomorrow. So to frame these things as democracies versus tyrannies, this is just another pretext, another tool of colonial imperial powers trying to redraw, trying to impose their will on the Middle East, trying to do whatever they need to do in order to stay on top. And this is not right. There's something wrong about trying to frame these things while at the same time defending or praising a country for unprovoked attack against another country. Unprovoked against another country.
Right.
Iran, again, fan or not, is a signatory to the NPT. It does not have nuclear weapons. The director of national intelligence of the United States said they are not pursuing nuclear weapons. Israel is a nuclear power, is not a signatory to the NPT, is invading countries, is a genocidal government, at least as far as Gaza is concerned. And yet, we see all of these things being twisted around as if there's a Western Israeli holier-than-thou attitude, and everything in the Middle East is rotten and evil. This is just wrong. You're wrong.
As always, very good to hear your views. Thank you so much for your perspective, Marwan Bashar, our senior political analyst. I just want to show our viewers now some of the images we were seeing just a moment ago from Israel when the air raid sirens went off. And then we saw what I thought looked like a flare, but it was actually an interceptor missile that misfired shortly after the air raid siren went off. There it is. And this is all coming after Iran said it would retaliate following the attack on its state television building in Tehran. The Iranians saying that they were preparing for the largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil. So we're keeping a close eye on the skies over Tel Aviv and other
The Iron Dome earlier today deployed an interceptor that ended up striking Tel Aviv anti-Semitically. We will find out the anti-Semites responsible for the anti-Semitism coming from the Tamir interceptors.
However, has about 100,000 more reservists. Israel possesses 340 combat-capable aircraft. Those include several advanced U.S.-made F-35 fighter jets.
The Iron Dome is
Iran
Hamas.
mostly operates an older fleet of Russian jets. Among Israel's anti-missile systems at work, there is the Iron Dome that's designed to take down short-range rockets, usually coming from Gaza. There's also the David Sling and the Arrow systems. They are domestically manufactured equipment designed to take down medium to long-range ballistic and cruise missiles. In Iran, the IRGC says they've designed their own air defense system called the Bavar 373, which has enhanced detection and tracking of aircraft and long-range missiles. Tehran also has two other systems, including a Russian-made one. But neither of these three systems are capable of tracking stealth fighter jets. Let's discuss all this further now with Colin Clark, who's the Director of Research at the Sufan Center, a global intelligence and security consultancy. Colin is joining us from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. So we've seen what each side has right now. And given the Iranian threat to escalate further, what do you think are the likely military scenarios right now if both sides continue these retaliatory strikes?
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, both sides are attempting to renegotiate the rules of engagement and redefine their own red lines, essentially attempting to establish or reestablish deterrence. It's really going to be a kind of blow-by-blow account over the next at least 24 to 48 hours. The United States is moving a lot of military muscle into the region to help the Israelis. And so I think we're likely to see continued fighting and escalation, at least for the near term. Beyond that, President Trump has expressed some optimism that the Iranians are willing and ready to come to the negotiating table. But I have my own doubts about that based on what I've seen.
Colin, what is your assessment of the level of destruction of the targets that each side has been aiming for in these past 5 days? How significant are they in terms of operational and symbolic impact?
So it's still too early for a formal battle damage assessment, but symbolically, both sides are, absorbing blows, pretty significant blows. If we've seen the recent Iranian attack against Israeli energy infrastructure in Haifa. And the Israelis now, with air superiority and air dominance, have had their pick of going after various surface-to-air missiles and Iranian anti-missile defense systems. So this is a real knockdown, drag-out conflict. It's really what we've all been hoping to avoid since October 7th, 2023.
So do you think we're looking at a protracted, low-intensity conflict, or something with the potential to spill over into a broader regional war?
Well, it's hard to sustain this level of intensity, this operational tempo, because the blows have been so severe. Although the Iranians have said and have attempted to make clear that they've been holding back their most strategic and advanced weaponry. Whether or not that's true or if that's simply a threat, yet to be seen. Although what's happening right now as we speak could be part and parcel of that. I think, we're likely to get some clarity again over the next day or two. I'm hoping that we don't see a broader conflagration through the region. And one of the reasons to be optimistic is that the axis of resistance have been significantly weakened already.
I was going to ask you about that, because the axis of resistance has been weakened indeed. Hezbollah weakened in Lebanon, but we have seen the Houthis in Yemen engage Israel. We've seen missile strikes, attacks on Israel from Yemen. Are we likely to see a greater involvement of the proxies?
We very well could. It's something I've been watching closely. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Houthis become more active. The big question becomes Hezbollah. What are their capabilities at this point, and what's their desire to actually get back involved in a tit-for-tat with the Israelis? Hezbollah is significantly weakened since the pager attack in September, since the targeted assassination of its longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah. However, if Hezbollah feels that the Israelis are instigating something that they're probably not going to look for, we could see Hezbollah join the fray as well.
Colin Clark, good to get your insight. Thank you so much for joining us again on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
As we heard earlier, the G7 summit in Canada, U.S. President Donald Trump spoke to reporters about de-escalation efforts in this conflict between Israel and Iran. Here's what he had to say.
Have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal.
Bro.
They have to make a deal.
You shot them.
It's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that. We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Let's discuss all this further now with Mohsen Milani, Executive Director of the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of Florida, is joining us from Tampa. Thank you, Mr. Milani, for being with us again on Al Jazeera. President Trump there calling for a deal to be done, but not really calling for de-escalation. What do you make of this?
Thank you for the invitation. President Trump's strategy from the very beginning was to put maximum pressure on Iran to accept American terms. In other words, if I have to summarize it, it's either comply or be bombed, you choose. And one of the key demands that the president has had from Iran is to dismantle its uranium enrichment infrastructure in Iran. And for the Iranian leadership to accept that, having spent billions of dollars to set up that infrastructure, would amount to a political suicide. And therefore, they rejected it. However, they were pretty close to an agreement. As a matter of fact, a few days before Israel launched its attack on Iran, American and Iranian negotiators were scheduled to meet. And unfortunately, they haven't met yet. And today, what the president is probably asking for Iran to accept before joining the negotiations, that they would surrender their nuclear program. And I think this is unlikely for Iran to do at this time.
If they're not at this moment willing to stop uranium enrichment, as you say. What would it take? What would it take for them to rejoin the negotiations? What could convince them to get back to the negotiating table?
They should have been fucking enriching already, dude. They should have had a nuke by now. That way they could have defended themselves from any sort of escalation.
Attack on Iran, and of course Iran has to stop its attack on Israel. As long as the two countries are engaged in a war, and as long as Tehran believes, as it does, that the U.S. is directly involved in these operations against Iran.
Now, but I think in the hours ahead, potentially, given the scale of that evacuation order from District 3, maybe we'll see more images as it appears this tit for tat, the back and forth between Iran and Israel now heads into its 5th day.
Right, Nick Payton-Walsh, live for us there. Thank you so much. Elena, let me bring you in because we saw at the top of the bilateral meeting between President Trump and, of course, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, where they literally just sort of touched on what was happening with Iran and Israel right now. One of the things that President Trump said towards the end is that Iran wants to talk because they know that they're not winning this. But he would not answer a question. This is, I think, is key. He would not answer a question about what it would take for the U.S. to become more involved in this war. Just give us your take on that.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually questions I should note from our colleague.
All right, guys. I'm not defending the Ayatollah at all. Okay. It would be wonderful for Iran to have democratic leadership, fully functioning secular government. That'd be fantastic. That's actually something that would be also tremendously popular amongst the Iranian population as well. But that cannot come from outside forces. That cannot come from outside forces trying to decapitate the fucking leadership. It certainly cannot come from Israel or the United States of America. That's it. Like, the idea that, like, these sorts of outside violent interference from the outside forces, ones that have already, through their endless destabilization and coup d'etats, have ruined ruined any attempts at Iranian democracy. Like, this is a country that has already experienced tremendous outside intervention. Their anger and resentment towards their current leadership is a direct consequence of previous incursions of outside intervention. It's so stupid to assume that, like, by and large, every Iranian living in Iran right now is looking at this and going, oh, please glass us more. Are there people who have that kind of attitude? I'm sure there are. I was researching Jews in Iran, and I was actually surprised to see that there are about 9,000 Iranian Jews, and they participate in society normally and have a guaranteed minority parliamentary seat. Yeah. Nothing about what we're taught about Iran would lead you to believe that's the case. Oh, for sure. Of course. And it's really funny because the Jewish Iranian parliamentarian literally came out and was like, Iran has a right to defend itself. That was like one of the first statements that came from the Iranian government, was like the Jewish member of the parliament being like, the fuck are you guys doing? Iran has a right to defend itself. What is this? IOU 44 billion BB? I can't tell what this is. The whole fuck you USA motto Iran has going on, so their people don't get fooled like other Arab nations by thinking America's some type of good guy that will save you one day. I mean, I think Iranians know, by and large, that America will not save them. Isfahan's Jewish community condemns Israeli strikes, backs Iranian response. The Jewish community in Isfahan condemned the Israeli attacks on Iran, describing it as a brutal act devoid of human decency that led to killing of innocent civilians, among them children. I'm very certain. Please stop sending me fucking Hope Corps shit. Let's infantilize Iran, lol. What? Lemafayal, let's have the gray Satan overthrow our government. Let's infantilize Iran. What is this infantilization of Iran? They were given a safe voting location and a campaign opportunity to talk to candidates, and it was spun by VOA and the UN as deeply dangerous and discriminatory. But when that happens in the US, it's a good thing. Yeah. The parliament of Iran's Jewish MP, Homayoun Sameh, said he supports Iran's right to legitimate self-defense against Israel, urging throughout the past 2 years that Iran must have a strong response to Israeli aggression. Anyway. Let's get back to this.
Kit Marr here at CNN. Excellent line of questioning from her, really pressing the president on this. I think the most notable things are exactly what you said. One is that he admitted, we've seen some of this reporting, that Iranian intermediaries had reached out to the U.S. and an attempt and saying that they wanted de-escalation. He said, yes, they do. He said they should have tried to come to the table and talk to us sooner. He brought up that 60-day deadline that he had sent, a couple months ago in a letter to the Iranians, saying that they had 60 days to negotiate with the United States a potential nuclear deal. He said they should have talked before that deadline was up. We had reported that that deadline was last Thursday when we started to see the strikes from Israel start targeting Iran. But then he also was pressed by our colleague about what would it take for the United States to offer more than just defensive and intelligence aid to the Israelis. And he said he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about military aid. Very notable from a president who often answers every single question and likes to be honest and transparent with the media. It was clear that he did not want to go there. Now, all of this comes, Zain and Biana, after we had reported that over the weekend, Israel had told the Trump administration that they had a window of opportunity where they believed that they could target and take out Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah. And essentially what we had learned in our conversations with our sources at the White House and the broader Trump administration was that the president had directed his team to tell the Israelis that he opposed that he rejected that plan. And that is a big deal as well, because we have been told now repeatedly in our conversations that the president does not want to take U.S. aid and U.S. involvement in this conflict further. And the reason that he was rejecting that plan for a potential regime change was that, that to him would really bring this from a conflict to a potential full-out war. And that is exactly what the president is trying to avoid. Now, something he also said at the end of that bilateral meeting in Canada with the Prime Minister Carney is that he said that he's still open to having these talks with Iran. And we had heard this now. He said this yesterday when he was departing for Canada, and we've been hearing this in our private conversations. He does believe that there is a way to still salvage negotiations with the Iranians. And now he also believes that there is a way to try to have some sort of broader peace deal to really be an off-ramp to this war. Now, Nick smartly talked about this, but we've been hearing this as well in our conversations. It's very unclear whether there's actually an appetite for that, just given how much this has escalated in the region now between these two countries with these tit-for-tat strikes on the other countries. And so it's in a very precarious situation right now. I think what's really clear is that the president does not want the U.S. to be directly involved in anything more than trying to help the Israelis intercept some of these missiles coming from Iran and helping with intelligence, because because he believes once they do that, this all changes. We could perhaps see Iranians try to target U.S. bases. These are all conversations that are going on behind closed doors. But again, it's very early on right now, and we haven't had any indication that any of those talks that the president says he's open to have actually begun.
Right, Elena Treen, live for us there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Iranian state TV has been hit by an Israeli strike in the last few hours. Dramatic pictures. It caused the channel to go off air altogether. And in the last half hour, Iran has condemned that attack as a war crime. It came shortly after Israel issued an evacuation order for a large part of the Iranian capital, Tehran, saying it had plans to strike military infrastructure that would endanger the life of civilians in the area. It is the fourth day now of missile strikes between the two countries, which started early on Friday when Israel launched a series of surprise attacks targeting nuclear sites and killing Iran's most senior military commanders. Now, Iran restricts access to the country for journalists, but BBC Verify has been using satellite imagery to confirm those attacks on both nuclear and military sites. So here are some of the locations where strikes have been carried out just in the last few days. This is a missile base in Big Haneh. Compared with an older image, this satellite image taken yesterday clearly shows damage to the roof. And Isfahan is one of Iran's key nuclear sites. It was confirmed over the weekend that 4 critical buildings at this site were damaged, including the uranium conversion facility. On this satellite image, you can now see visible damage to the buildings there. Well, the BBC is not allowed to broadcast from inside Iran, but our colleagues at BBC Persian have been keeping across the situation. Farham Gobadi has this report.
Iranian state TV came under attack during its live coverage.
This tiny Hope Core. Dude, I've seen it, man. I've seen it. Stop sending it to me. Okay? You've been sending me this nonstop. I love you, chatter, but please stop spamming the same fucking video over and over again. Israeli strike kills 3 Iranian Red Crescent workers. An Israeli, of course. An Israeli missile strike killed 3 Iranian Red Crescent workers while they were aiding the wounded in Tehran's Shahid Bagheri district. The organization said in a statement, this incident is not only a crime against international humanitarian law, but also a blatant attack on humanity and morality. Oh my God, brother. Israel literally cannot help itself. Like, it has to fucking shoot at kindergartens. It has to shoot at hospitals. It has to constantly fucking kill. Kodor, thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. It's wild to me that no matter what the fuck happens, Israel still finds a way to kill children and also healthcare workers, dude. How, like, what the fuck? I don't understand it. They have to do double taps. Anyway, we already covered this.
As Iran.
Let's watch how the Iranian civilians are responding to the Israeli strikes. Much hay has been made about how Iranians are welcoming Israel as liberators. Much has been said about how much Iranians love being glassed. I wonder if BBC's coverage reflects that.
Out strikes on each other, civilians are being urged to seek shelter, with the Iranian government using mosques, metro stations, schools and other buildings. Iran's government currently limits access to the country for journalists, but the BBC's Persian service provides news to Iranian audiences in Farsi. Farham Gobadi is a senior reporter at BBC Persian, and earlier he updated me on what people in Iran are telling him.
Many people who have texted me in the past 24 hours, they were complaining about that our voices are not heard. People don't know what we are going through. For example, one of the things that Iranian people are extremely worried about is what the Israeli defense minister has said recently after the last night barrage of missiles that Iran shot at Israel, and at least 8 people, Israelis, were killed. Iranian defense minister said that residents of Tehran will pay the price for that, and soon they will pay the price for that. Right after that, there was a report by Jerusalem Post saying that they expect that Israel will ask certain neighborhoods in Tehran to evacuate. And things like that has worried a lot of, especially residents of Tehran, because they are saying that we are not the ones who are shooting missiles at you. Many of us are oppressed by this regime as well, and now we are the ones who are paying the price for that. So there are several things that they're worried about. One thing is that overnight they cannot sleep. They've got sleepless nights because of.
Why don't they let journalists in? Feels like it would be good for the world to know what's going on there. They do. They let in. I mean, fucking Max Blumenthal went there, but he's obviously very anti-America. But I don't know. I suspect it's probably because they want to. It's the same principle behind China and Russia, where they want to control all the flow of information coming in and out, and they also don't want espionage opportunities as well, because in many circumstances, like the media is often used as like infiltration.
Attacks that are taking place across.
I'm living in Iran. I thought people would really support Israel or any other invader before the attacks, but when the bombs hit, the mood shifted. Haven't seen anybody happy about them except on Twitter. In the real world, everyone is either in shock or haven't yet gotten a grasp of the situation. I mean, look at Lebanon. It's literally the gayest country in the fucking region, okay? Look at Lebanon. Gayest country in the region, and look at their attitude towards Hezbollah, which is an anti-gay militancy, in times of Israel strikes on Lebanon. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. You got mad secular people who otherwise would look at this as like a Shia fighting force, even thinking about Hezbollah very differently because of Israeli violence. Wow, can't believe the Iranians didn't like the statement. Israeli Defense Minister Katz vows that the residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon, after Iranian missiles killed at least 5 people overnight. As an Iranian, it's funny that you pronounce Tehran more correctly than this BBC Persian guy. Yeah, he doesn't want to scare the audience, that's why. The one thing that unites the entire diverse Muslim world from Morocco to Iran to Indonesia is anti-Zionism. Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, the entire Muslim world's leadership, not so united on that principle, but the entire Muslim world, the populations are, certainly.
From Tehran and other cities, we at BBC Persian received videos last night that Fordo, one of the important nuclear sites, was attacked. Iranian officials are saying that Natanz, the other site near Isfahan, was attacked again, and anti-air defense system was activated over there.
Shia leaders are united? Bro, what do you mean? There was a literal fucking one of those like crazy imams that came out and actually shit on Saudi Arabia and said, we have to stand with our Shia brothers. Don't you realize? I forget who it was. I watched it on TikTok. There was a dude who was literally like, we're done. We're done with this like sectarian conflict. Don't you understand that like Zionists invoke this kind of sectarian hate to ensure that the Muslim world is not united? These guys are Muslims first and foremost. I've never seen a dude that looks like that hit a line like that before.
If you see...
No, not this guy. This guy sucks. Wait, this guy actually fucking says something about Israel? No, I'm not talking about this guy. This guy is notoriously a dick rider. Many of those famous fucking Salafi sheikhs are fucking such rapacious little fucking Israel dick riders. They go to the UAE all the time. There is like, okay, listen, I don't know why I'm tapped into this. I don't know why I'm fucking tapped into this because it's not within my field of interest at all. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this much. There is a lot of drama in the famous Salafist sheikh world. Okay, all of these guys that do the funny memes, and it's like, oh yeah, if you are jerking off during Ramadan, it's haram. Like all those guys, they all have noticeably been absent from the conversation about Israel. And at a certain point, I think it was like 15, 16 months in, people started being like, why the fuck haven't these guys said anything about Israel at all? What the fuck is going on? And basically then more information came out showing that they were like, some of these dudes were straight up like going to UAE and even meeting with like Israeli envoys and things like that.
ولك علت كيبات برزيل علت ولك رجعت عليهم بشرفي.
You kind of said Iran should nuke Israel. No, dumbass. There's a policy of nuclear deterrence. It's called mutually assured destruction. Okay? Countries that don't have nukes in the age of nuclear proliferation are clearly countries that don't have sovereignty. Ukraine is a better example of this. It is a consistent position that I've had. And nuclear deterrence is the only thing that will fucking stop Israel from engaging in these kinds of actions. The very fact that Iran doesn't have nukes is the reason why Israel is blowing the fuck up, blowing Tehran up. Don't put words in my fucking mouth. We just want you to be careful. I am careful. Anyway.
يا بشرفي رجعت. يا حلال والله واحد الكبار.
Yeah, nukes in India and Pakistan. The IDF says it's over. The idea of home front commands and civilians could leave bomb shelters after Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. According to initial IDF estimates, a small number of missiles were launched in the attack. But they said they were going to do a fucking crazy campaign tonight. So the fact that it was just like a couple missiles, let's see what that.
They are
let's see
disgusted
why.
with the Islamic Republic, as a lot of people are. They think they need to come to the defense of the motherland.
The Israeli Prime Minister has made
Israel
it no
today,
secret
hard to
that
tell if
what he
Iran is
would like
toying
to
with us
see is
and intends to wake Israelis up every hour all night long, or if they're simply no longer capable of launching a major barrage. That is the question, isn't it?
First of all, let me be very clear. Israel does not have the power to launch a regime change in Iran by itself. That is an illusion. They just don't have the capability. They don't have the power to do so, unless the United States, directly or indirectly, agrees with it. But the ramifications of regime change are going to be absolutely profound, much more destabilizing than what you saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. All I have to say, that we have had two experiences with regime change in Afghanistan and in Iraq. The United States spent over $2.5 trillion with a T, $2.5 trillion. What happened in Afghanistan? After getting engaged in America's longest war in the history of this great country, the United States of America, we ended up more or less accepting the rule by the Taliban, the very force that we overthrew 20 years earlier. And look at Iraq. Look what happened to Iraq. And therefore, Americans and American people and a very major significant base that supported President Trump, they are against these endless wars and these attempts to have regime change. If the regime change comes by the Iranian people, that's fine. But any kind of regime change that is imposed from outside, it could bring, perhaps in the best case scenario, short-term stability and long-term chaos and instability.
Thank you so much for talking to us and sharing your perspective. Mohsen Milani, Executive Director of the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of Florida. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, there are also the economic consequences. Commodity markets have been volatile, driven by the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. Oil prices have been spiking sharply. About 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest, the waterway is about 33 kilometers wide, split between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. At times of diplomatic tension, Iran has in the past threatened to disrupt shipping traffic. Naeem Aslam is Chief Investment Officer at Zay Capital Markets. He says the longer the conflict goes on, the wider the impact we could see in the markets.
Yes, a lot of focus among investors and traders. It is all about the energy market and, of course, the recent attacks on the gas refineries over there, what that would entail for the Europe, because there could be another crisis because of that, because Iran plays a very, very imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular Hormuz pathway is not only for oil, all the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that cross that path. So if that is...
I'm in Iran and my internet is constantly cutting off, so I don't know if you covered this, but Iran started a new wave an hour ago. They sent drones, 140, which take hours to arrive. They'll then launch cruise missiles and normal missiles consecutively so that they all reach Israel at the same time around 3 or 4 a.m. They're doing cyber attacks right now. Channel 14 is cut off, Iron Dome hitting itself, alarms malfunctioning, and random missiles. That makes more sense. But I don't know why the IDF would release a statement saying you got the all clear, you can go outside. Don't leak it, chatters. What are you talking about? If random people in Iran are aware of what the fuck's going on, you think the IDF doesn't know already? They had the capabilities of building a fucking drone facility inside of Tehran.
What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately.
At this hour, the G7 summit is officially underway in Canada. And U.S. President Donald Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are now taking part in a bilateral meeting on the sidelines. Now, before that conversation started, Trump criticized the G7 for ejecting Russia 11 years earlier after Moscow annexed Crimea. The leaders of the G7 countries, which also include France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the UK, have a lot to discuss over the next few days. High on the agenda, global trade and security. However, looming over the summit, the Israel-Iran conflict, which is now in its 4th day and intensifying. Iran's state news agency says that it has been targeted by Israeli strikes.
As you just saw there, the attack happened while a live newscast was underway. You saw the news anchor essentially evacuate the studio very quickly. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged Iranians to evacuate the capital as the death toll on both sides continues to grow. Iranian officials say that at least 224 people, most of them civilians, have been killed since Israel launched a wave of airstrikes on Iranian nuclear and...
Yeah, last night it was Emily Schrader or whatever, one of those fucking dumbass Hasbarists, was talking about how Israel should strike the national broadcaster of Iran. And then less than 24 hours after that demand on Twitter, Israel actually did strike the national broadcaster of Iran, which is so insane. Like, it blows my mind. Every single day, there is a new form of depravity where it's like getting your fucking strike priorities, getting your targets from like Twitter users is so psychotic. But then again, yeah, it reminds me of what Barry Weiss did when she called for the assassination of Refat al-Ra'ar, and then it literally happened. Genocidal Zionist propagandist Emily Schrader gloats about having put a kill target on Iranian journalists and having enacted it. She herself claims to be a journalist, so Iran, you know what to do. Follow her own standard. I can't believe it. Like, we read this last night. She bravely came back on air moments later.
دقایقی پیش در ساختمان خبر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی
Moments ago, the building of the Islamic Republic, a clear and obvious example of opposition to freedom of speech. It is not the building that was bombed, it's the freedom of speech and the voice of truth that was bombed. In a powerful act of defiance, Iranian national broadcaster anchorwoman Sahar Emami returned live on air minutes after the Israeli missile struck her TV building. No PTSD, unshaken, powerful, and confident. That's crazy. Oh, there was also a cyber attack launched against Channel 14. What is that fucking response, dude?
And military targets.
Israel says at least 24 people have been killed by Iranian missiles that penetrated its Iron Dome defense shield. Elena Treen is in Washington, but first let's go to Nick Payton Walsh, who joins us from London. And Nick, walk our viewers through what we just saw happening on Iranian state television there as these two sides have increased the salvos against each other. Some reports suggesting that Iran is desperately looking for an off-ramp. Where do things stand?
Yeah, I mean, it's extraordinary to see the state broadcaster hit like that. Iranian officials suggesting this indeed was what it appears to be, which is an Israeli strike on that particular building, interrupting it, or interrupting certainly its journey.
I'm an Israeli. Israeli media is censoring the strike so bad they try to hide the destruction and death that we Israelis have never seen, so that we wouldn't go against this war with Iran. There are like 20 plus civilian deaths in a few days. In regular times, that would be spoken about for way more airtime. By the way, the two last Iranian attacks were small, less than 10 rockets, judging by the booms. Yeah, I think there's more coming. I think that even the drones haven't arrived. So I don't think that it's like done. Even though the IDF said it is, I don't think that it's actually done at all, especially considering that Iran said that this was going to be like the most painful night yet or whatever. I don't really get why Iran is talking tough for years, but when it's going down, they try to avoid the confrontation. I mean, why tough talk then? What do you mean? They don't want the smoke.
Air raid sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Iran says
Massive fire at the Nevatim air base.
The largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil.
Yeah, good luck. This is the most we'll see from this, okay? Impact recorded in the south, possibly Nevatim air base. Yeah, they will never. This is the type of shit that is super illegal in Israel, by the way. This image right here. The Associated Press Jerusalem broadcast feed is down. Yeah, I think they came after all the live streams. They're cutting all the live streams off. They're coming, Hasan. Iranian TV, what has happened so far was a result of the launch of cruise missiles, and the ballistic missiles have not yet reached the occupied territories. This is from 7 minutes ago on Tasnim, I guess. This feels like a threat. It's giving gold pager. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu warns of America of incoming attack. Today is Tel Aviv, tomorrow is New York. Oh my God, they're going to manufacture 9/11. Oh my God, they're going to do a 9/11
and
too.
Iran enters its fifth day.
Oh my fucking God.
Some air defense systems were launched in response, but Israel's military has since given the all clear. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has warned strikes against Israeli territory will continue into Tuesday morning. In recent days, several Iranian missiles have evaded those.
I feel like that would backfire. Dude, I'm serious. Given the way that misinformation runs rampant, paired up with hatred towards Jews and Israel specifically, but Jews specifically because of Israel, if there was another 9/11 style incident, I'm not even kidding when I say this, I feel like the Republican base would fall apart. Like I don't know if they would be as horny to go to war with Iran or if they would be advocating directly to like nuke Tel Aviv or some shit. Cause I feel like even if it had nothing to do with Israel, even if there was a 9/11 style attack that took place again on US soil at this stage, given how every American is primed to believe conspiracy theories rather than the fucking truth that they can see, the truth that they can feel, the truth that they can touch. Okay? I'm telling you right now, I feel like Americans broadly would not be like, we have to go to war with Iran. I'm sure that there would be plenty of people who would be geared into sharing such sentiments, but there would be a tremendous number of people, I think, right now than ever before in American history that would be like, nope, I don't believe it. This was definitely Israel.
Journalists during that particular broadcast. We understand that this building may indeed be in District 3 in Tehran, and the Israeli Defense Force putting out a statement in Farsi, the Iranian language, telling people to evacuate that particular area hours prior to these images emerging. Now, we don't know the consequences of that particular attack, whether they're injured or dead as a result of it, but there have been increasing images emerging of strikes around Tehran. And indeed, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying they control the skies over western Iran and Tehran indeed. And in fact, Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, clear a matter of hours prior to those explosions that you saw there, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the regime's mouthpiece would indeed be silenced. Not entirely clear if he was referring specifically to that state broadcaster, but certainly a coincidence that those words emerged just after the evacuation orders and prior to that particular explosion. But increasing reporting now and information we're getting about the sheer toll inside the capital and across Iran. Does it make it more likely, potentially, that Iran seeks a diplomatic solution? Well, they appear to have told regional mediators that they need Israel's strikes to stop before they can contemplate diplomacy. And indeed, they also might be suggesting they want to have their own counter-attacks get to a point where they feel they've taken adequate revenge or response or restored some kind of deterrent for Israel's extraordinary wave of strikes across Iranian military and other facilities over the past days. But here is some of the information we're gleaning about the human toll of what we've seen in the past 4 days inside Iran. Screams echo across the ordinary streets of Tehran. The horrors in Iran are harder to find video of, but it's hard to watch when you do. A deputy foreign minister posting this damage to his ministry. Several civilians injured, he said. Israel's defense minister clarified Monday he meant no harm to Tehran's residents when he said earlier the city would burn unless Iran's missiles stop. But many have seen flames already and are fleeing the capital. Nothing like this before in their lifetimes. In the western city of Kermanshah, state media posted images of the intensive care unit of a hospital damaged. The IDF told CNN they were, quote, not aware of any attack that happened on a hospital in Iran, end quote, and it's unclear if anyone was hurt. But numbers Iran's health ministry have given speak of just how wide-scale the Israeli onslaught has been. Over 200 dead, 90% civilians since Friday, they said. But each number, its own story. Many from the youth that the West sees as the hope for Iran's post-Ayatollah future. This is Tara Hajmiri, dancing at the dentist, killed alongside her family, said state media. Also, Nilufar Galevand, big in gyms and social media, aged 31, killed alongside her parents. And Pania Abbasi, a poet, aged 23, killed with her parents and brother. Her poem, The Extinguished Star, reads, "You and I will come to an end, somewhere. The most beautiful poem in the world falls quiet." Now, there appear to be images now emerging of the aftermath of what seems to have been a strike on that Iranian state broadcast. I wonder if we can show them to you now.
It's CNN London. Like, this is the international news coverage of CNN, which usually is like early in the morning. And it's also like it's earlier in the morning in America, and it's usually way more forgiving of victims of Israeli violence as opposed to like later coverage. But, well, they say the war. Like, they'll be like, oh, we must stop the war. Like, weirdly enough, like they have more smoke for Muslims who let their girlfriends out in the fucking wild than they do for Israel slaughtering children in Palestine. If someone is in the UAE, you know they only present pro-Israel because the UAE won't tolerate it. Anyway, what is this? This guy was one of those guys that I was thinking of, but maybe he's like, maybe too much backlash, and he's now changing his tune.
The news recently, there's like two countries are fighting right now, and one of them is Shia, and one of them is Jewish, and they both make many bad things to Muslims. So us as Muslims, are we allowed to cheer for one of them, or should we just remain neutral?
Is this all what the Muslims can do? Cheer? Yeah, this is not a football game. This is not something that we, go out in the street.
Dude, I swear to God, some of these fucking Salafis have brain damage, okay? Like, they unironically think that Shias are worse overall, like Shia people are worse overall, not just like Iran, but then Israel, okay?
Streets with flags and supporting country X or country B or this or that. This is what we've always stated that is not permissible. That is the issue of demonstrations, where lots of chaos, lots of haram things take place. As Muslims, we side with anyone who claims to be Muslim, even if they're full of innovation, even if we believe in their hatred and enmity of Islam and the Muslims, yet still they're better than the other part, which is blatantly killing civilians, women, children, and the whole world is watching. And their ministers say that we would like to annihilate all the children, all the suckling babies, even the dogs and donkeys and animals they have. We would like to wipe them all off, annihilate them. Is this
is the guy who said protests are haram? Pakistani Twitter yelled at him for days.
Something plausible to them, the disbelievers who are united against Islam? It is. And if any Muslim would have said this, they would have labeled the whole region as a region of terror and a bloodthirsty, violent fanatics. So we don't cheer. We judge things by what.
My white brother is a Salafist revert and unironically says Shia Muslims aren't really Muslims. Dude, what did he fucking... Is he like a car crash victim? How the fuck are you a white guy and become a Salafist revert? I don't understand it, dude. I don't know. It's like, is this how fucking Catholics feel when they see all these like Catholic converts running around talking about how like the new Catholic Church is actually a bunch of pedophiles or whatever, but like the old one was good or some shit because they're too woke? Like, I don't get the revert stuff anyway. I don't get it. It's like, I don't understand conversion, adult conversion across the board. I find it really strange. But like, especially to one of the most like fundamentalist parts, Like, this is so... Like, what is a polar bear doing in Arlington? Whenever I see a fucking white Salafist revert, I'm like, what are you... He used to go to Catholic school, and now he says Catholics aren't Christian either, Lamau. Trump, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. What? Possible explosions heard in Tehran?
What we see. And definitely to side with a corrupt Muslim with corrupt aqidah against any non-Muslim is a priority in Islam, and Allah knows best.
Have you seen that Malaysia wants to send a flotilla about 1,000 ships like the Freedom Flotilla? My friends are Salafists, but they are the two types of Salafists. Those who call themselves Salafists equals they are brainwashed, and those that follow Salaf way, Orthodox Muslims, those are normal. I mean, I just don't get the fundamentalism no matter which religion it is. You know what I mean? Trump, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, says IDF's favorite correspondent, Barack Ravid. What the fuck are they about to do, dude? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Al Jazeera on a goddamn... on a fucking ad break. What is this? Breaking? U.S. nuclear sniffer plane is in the air? What? Okay, I don't want to... This is... No. No, I don't know about all this. Okay, that seems... Here's his full statement. I gave Iran a chance. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them, in the strongest words, just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States must... Oh, no. I told you, dude. I fucking told you that they would be... I told you that they would fucking do this after G7. That's from 3 days ago, but... Are they... fuck. No, this is the new statement. Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. This was 3 minutes ago. This is 3 minutes ago. This is the new statement. A German Luftwaffe refueling plane was spotted above Jordan today, apparently pinged a single transponder signal accidentally above Jordan. Wait, what do you mean? Misinformation. This is not misinformation. This is Trump's latest statement, reported on by also Barack Ravid. I didn't say they're using a nuke. Everybody calm down. This is the fucking tweet. This is the repost of said fucking tweet. Will the G7 leaders not saying a word about this? Yes, they're all servile, chatter. What are you talking about? They are all servile to America's interests. And America's interest is to blow up Iran, to destabilize Iran, to make Iran a failed state. I guess that explains last night's movement. According to U.S. defense officials who spoke to Reuters, the large-scale deployment of roughly 30 aerial refueling tankers of the U.S. Air Force last night to air bases in Europe is meant to allow U.S. President Trump options in handling the escalating war between Israel and Iran. What do you think the role of Egypt lately? Rafah border activists. Egypt is a fucking... The Egyptian government is also a dog to American interests. Were you saying that they would wait for G7 to be underway before attacking? I suspected that if there was going to be American escalation, like America joining offensively, America has already been collaborating with Israel nonstop. But like, if there was a significant escalation, it would come after G7.
Limitations on missiles and munitions. So there might be some degree of exhaustion, at least when it comes to missile strikes. The Israelis, of course, have to keep up a fairly exacting amount of refueling to continue the war they've been fighting, and they may not be able to do that, which is one of the reasons I think they're going to be coming soon to the United States and saying, please help us, please get more directly involved in the strikes, whether through refueling or doing strikes yourself.
Right. Are we likely to see that? I mean, President Trump has said that he didn't want to see the U.S. involved in any more wars.
Yeah, that's a fucking bullshit statement. Americans love war. They have endless appetite for killing Muslims, okay?
Well, I'm concerned about it. I think the United States at all costs should avoid that, avoid direct involvement. I think it would be a disaster for United States interests. Whether or not it happens, I think at this point is sort of a flip of a coin. One way the United States could get involved is as a result of Iranian attacks on U.S. personnel, U.S. bases in the region, or even potentially on oil infrastructure in the region. That wouldn't necessitate, the latter wouldn't necessitate U.S. involvement, but it could bring it. I think the Iranians know that, and thus far have been refraining from those sorts of attacks.
On Iran, Israel, de-escalation.
But the United States might also get involved just more as a choice because of this president and some of his top people being enraptured with the Israelis, being eager to serve them. I could see the United States going along with a request.
Developing, the IRGC is now saying their combined drone and missile attack is yet to begin. This comes after a statement announcing the operation, widely interpreted as launch confirmation. There are two possible explanations for what's going on. One, Iran is launching probing strikes similar to the attack towards the Galilee earlier. Two, Iraqi factions are responsible for the latest attack, which Israel says consisted of 3 missiles. Either way, it appears the next Iranian wave is still yet to come. How would you even evacuate Tehran? I have no idea, but they're saying that there's explosions being heard on the Tehran cam. People saying, doesn't he need congressional approval to strike Tehran is so funny. No, chatters, no. Americans don't need... Wait, I think are those missiles in Isfahan? No, I don't know. American presidents, Democrat and Republican alike, do not fucking care. The peaceful dove, more blood in your hands, guys. There is no... I mean, look at Yemen. Every president has bombed Yemen. Every single one. That's a whole ass sovereign nation. Why the fuck have we been participating in bombing campaigns in Yemen? There is no... Air defenses are active in Tehran. That's the explosions. Iranian air defense systems are currently active intercepting hostile targets over Tehran. Ordering 17 million people to leave their city just because you wanted to join a war for its final act of terror performed by a narcissist. Yeah. There are 9 million people in Tehran. It's impossible to evacuate. Air defense is active over Natanz. They already downed one Israeli drone from Iranian sources. Aren't Republicans more isolationist now? No, dude, that's not real. I feel like a lot of the stuff I say, I'm recognizing goes in through one ear and out through the other. I've told you this over and over again. There is no real like anti-war position in the American government. Okay? American foreign policy is uniparty. There's no real anti-war position.
Is with the Defense Priorities Foundation joining us there from Washington, D.C. Now let's take a look at the economic implications of this.
Israel
conflict.
making people
Commodity
defend setting
markets
off
have
car
been
bombs is a nice
volatile,
twist.
driven
Oh, this
by
is from the other
ongoing war
day.
between Iran and Israel, and oil prices have been spiking sharply. About 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest, the waterway is about 33 kilometers wide, split between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. At times of diplomatic tension, Iran has in the past threatened to disrupt shipping traffic. Naeem Aslam is Chief Investment Officer at Zay Capital Markets. He says the longer the conflict goes on, the wider the impact we could see on the markets.
A lot of focus among investors and traders. It is all about the energy market. And of course, the recent
We already covered it, MHUD.
refineries over there, what that would entail for the Europe, because there could be another crisis because of that, because Iran plays a very, very imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular
Nuke Sniffer landed 10 minutes ago. I've been tracking it.
Not only for oil, all the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that go past that path. So if that is closed, we're gonna go.
I live next to Ramstein Air Base in Germany. It suddenly got very loud here. They're closing it now per Hasan Piker. No, I'm saying they should. That's what I'm saying. It could be because there's a nuclear site next to Nevatim, which is where Iran struck. Oh. Israel's strongest soldier has logged on. Did she actually post this? Gosh, she's so ugly. It's horrifying. This is a meme, right? I don't think she actually posted. This is from the last time she went to Israel. It's an old pic that they put. I'm ready to go to war. This is from the last time when she went to Israel in like 2023. I'm fatlo. I'm fatlo. I'm Israel Chai. I'm ready to go to war. Strap me to a missile and launch me directly to Rafah. I'll blow up the border with my body. That's what she sounds like. So beyond the realm of physical, mental, and psychological exhaustion right now that I can't actually believe the last 20 months were real. Yeah. That's real. That's E. Farlow's actual accent. Oh, we're hearing more explosions. Whoa, gunshots. Gunshots in Tehran. Okay, that feels like Mossad. or unless it's anti-aircraft weapons. It could be anti-aircraft, but if it's gunshots, for those of you who don't know, Israel has also been launching ground operations in Iran as well, for the record. Where I think there was also a gun battles that took place a couple different times. They've also deployed car bombs, and also have had a couple ground conflicts with like Mossad assets. I also see in the Tehran area in Iran, is this fire? Not a single gun battle, 5 car bombs, nothing else. What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Yeah, there was like a car chase. (2012) Nazi account? Yeah, no, that's a guy who is super edgy, but also pro-Israel. My favorite type of guy. Where is that guy? Where's the guy that was talking shit? I've had 2 revelations in the past year on Twitter. Overwhelming majority of white nationalist accounts are Indian and of Indian origin, and they constantly reveal their position whenever they talk about randomly about like Pakistan and how much Pakistan sucks, when also defending Israel. And that's like one of the classic moments of like figuring out that one of these like defend the West or defend Israel accounts is actually of Indian origin. And the other one is all of these Groyper accounts that will literally say some of the filthiest, most racist shit. And I always assume that they're like fucking neo-Nazis only until October 7, when they start talking about Israel with such reverence and such like they start talking about anti-Semitism being like a real violent crime. And I'm like, I thought you were a Nazi. Like, so many of these fucking Groyper accounts are pro-Israel. So many of them. And it's shocking to me. Those are the 2 ways to identify whether you're in the presence of a real-ass Groyper, anti-Semite Groyper, or if it's someone just like simply LARPing as a Groyper, but they themselves are actually simply racist as fuck, except for against Jewish people. Vivid having delusions of living in occupied Palestine again when he's stuck in a basement in Uttar Pradesh. Yeah, I see dozens of missiles above me. Going into the bomb shelter now. The full-blown war has officially begun. Like that fucking howling mutant account. Like there's that alcoholic, pathetic fucking account who I for the longest time thought was like a straight up neo-Nazi, but it turns out they are a neo-Nazi except for anti-Semitism. So many accounts like that all over the timeline where you're like, oh, that's a Groyper. Like, that's a straight up neo-Nazi. And it turns out they are, except for Israel and except for anti-Semitism. Loud noises in Omaha, Nebraska, Hasan. Progressive except for Palestine, Groyper except for Israel. Yeah. That's because they're Israelis. I mean, that also makes sense. Secretary of State Rubio has reposted Trump's evacuation warning. Have you seen Trump's tweet yet? Yes, I have. We're monitoring the situation. Okay. Just because they say they're anti-Semitism doesn't mean that they're not an insane Nazi who's still anti-Semitic. No, there's a distinction between people who like, well, what happened here? C cut out. Tehran went out. The Tehran feed went out. There's a distinction between people who are like the Sam Hyde style neo-Nazis who also are like still anti-Semitic, definitely, but will like not really talk too much about Israel. Or even like their fans who are very anti-Semitic but will like defend the ADL when the ADL is coming after someone like myself, versus the people I'm talking about who I guess I've never noticed them saying anything anti-Semitic, but because of the way that they post, I always assumed that they were just like anti-Semitic neo-Nazis. But it turns out they're actually just Israeli half the time. Like they regularly will entertain statements from other neo-Nazis accounts as well. Like they'll collaborate with other neo-Nazi accounts and shit, which led me to believe that they weren't, which led me to believe that they themselves were neo-Nazis. But it turns out like they talk about, they turn into Ben Shapiro when it comes to like anti-Semitism being on the rise.
4 days, claiming they have diminished Iran's capabilities. This is, of course, something that we cannot verify. And also, the Iranians are now saying that we haven't started launching this attack, and they want to have an attack that is continuous, wave after wave, until dawn, is what they've said. We also know that the attack...
Do you think, Dorsa, sorry to interrupt you, that they will go ahead with this in light of the threats we're hearing? Because really, you can only describe them as threats from the US president now himself.
I think absolutely. I don't think there's anything that could prevent the Iranians from responding to the events we've seen unfold today, specifically the attack on state TV facilities in Tehran. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was just on the phone doing an interview on state television saying attacking a civilian entity within the country is an act of desperation. And it is a violation of all kinds of international law. We saw incredible footage of the state TV presenter as she was reading the news and hearing the strike come closer and closer, and she ran off the set as the building was struck, and we understand at least one person has been killed in this attack. So certainly that has changed the dynamics yet again. The Iranians saying this is
Zionist
another
genocide
red
regime
line
is doing its
Israel
usual
has
thing of ordering
crossed.
entire quarters
And
of a city to
course,
evacuate, but this is in
the
Gaza or
Iranians,
Lebanon. It's Tehran, a city whose
political
population is greater than the
establishment
whole
in
of Israel.
Is flabbergasted that there has been no condemnation against Israel. We haven't seen any international bodies, not even the International Atomic Energy Agency, the United Nations, condemn Israel for its actions.
What about the Iranian public at large, Dorsa? The Iranian people, the average Iranian, how worried are they today, and what's been the impact of these Israeli attacks on their daily lives?
Well, it's been disrupted for sure. People are extremely worried. We have to remember, Iran hasn't seen these kinds of attacks on its soil in at least 37 years. In the last time they saw this kind of violence was during the Iran-Iraq War, and that ended in 1988. Since then, there has been no strikes, no airstrikes, no attacks inside Iran on this scale. So the general population is very much worried and scared, and rightfully so.
Dorsa, thank you very much for that for now. Dorsa Jabari here in the studio with us. I'm Foli Batibo. Continuing coverage of the Israel-Iran war will continue in just a few minutes here.
Trump's threats lost a ton of credibility. No, he was threatening Hamas with all hell breaks loose if they don't agree to release hostages in 48 hours. This isn't like that. I feel like this is an entirely different level of elevated threat. Also, we were talking about the Iranian attitudes, and NPR wrote this really funny statement that John Schwartz made fun of. Thanks to NPR for explaining that due to the ancient mysterious culture of Persia, Iranians don't like to be attacked. Well, it's not clear, I think, to most of us. The question is, how do either side get out of this? Because the danger is that both countries rally around their flags. The Iranian regime is very unpopular, but this is a moment where Persian nationalism, which goes back 5 millennia, people are very proud. They don't like to be attacked. They want to be the ones that decide their future and not to have another country come in and try to dictate what they do, whether it's on energy or it's on regional relations or on supporting extremist groups. So this is a moment for the Iranians that is also an existential challenge. Improvement, I guess. It's an ancient Arab and Persian tradition to like it when 1,000-ton bombs are dropped on you. Yeah. I guess the NPR at least says, like, Iranians, due to their proud tradition of 5,000-year history, don't appreciate when foreign nations that have been around for 77 fucking years drop munitions on them. Yeah. As opposed to the other type of coverage from Washington Post, where they say stuff like, Iranians are euphoric to receive bombs from Israel. You know? Yeah, Edward Said rolling in his grave. Dude, it's just, why did he even write a book? Asmond really defended U.S. nuking Iran and killing people. I can't really believe it. Why can't you believe it? It's the most believable thing. By the way, if I were to say that same thing about Tel Aviv, which I would never say for the record, and we ban people for saying that all the time, I would get banned instantly. But I have unironically used this as an example of like the double standard. Someone can say they want to nuke Tehran and kill everyone in it and not receive any penalties whatsoever. It's not even a remote violation of terms of service, even though there's fucking Iranians living in Tehran right now on this platform that are streamers. Okay? But if someone were to say the exact same thing about fucking Tel Aviv, you know, you would get banned. Ironically enough, Iran does not have nukes, and Israel does have nukes. Now, I don't know how he defended the principle of using nuclear weapons on Tehran. I doubt that he's openly stated it. Like, I doubt that he said it as is. Like when he had the clarity, like the full-blown clarity of saying that Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve to be genocided. When he said that, he got banned for it. So I think he knows better than to say something like that openly. Yeah.
Military site is the height of cowardice and a sign of desperation. Osama bin Javed has more.
This is the moment when Israel attacked Iran's state TV during a live broadcast.
Anyway, all right, this is a repeat. Let's continue.
But residents of Tehran, many of them are fleeing the capital city. However, the roads are blocked. Some of them, they run out of fuel because they get stuck in the traffic jam for so many hours. So they cannot even manage to leave the city. So what people are concerned right now is to stockpile food and find a way to escape to Iran.
We know, don't we, that there has been unrest between the people and the Iranian regime over the last few years. Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been talking about the fact that, you know, the people aren't with the regime. Do you get that sense that this might unite the Iranian people? Are we able to get any of that sense?
I get your point, because usually when at a time of war there is this rally around the flag effect. However, it's, I think, too early to see that. What I see and when you talk to people, they just are saying that they're in a state of panic, they're in a state of shock. So to expect Iranians to go on the streets and protest right now, I don't know how realistic that is.
That was Param Gabadi from BBC Persian speaking to me a little earlier. And just to let you know, on the BBC News live page, there are lots more reports.
Let's get more analysis now from Abbas Aslani, who joins us live from inside Tehran. He's a journalist and also a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. It is great to have you this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Paula, for having me.
If we could, just give me a general sense of what you're seeing in Tehran. What are people telling you? I've read reports that the ferocity of the attacks caught many people by surprise there on Friday.
Paula, you know, after the initial shock that came on early Friday morning, Iran tried to recover, and we were seeing that the air defense, including in Tehran and other cities, were trying to actively engage with the hostile targets coming from the Israeli side, or those, let's say, drones flying over sky. And, you know, the feeling this time, comparing to previous exchanges in the past between Iran and Israel, is a bit different. There's a sense of war going on between the two sides. The high-ranking officials are using the term war, not, just a limited conflict between the two sides. And that's why this situation is a bit more serious. And as of the latest round of attacks from the Israeli side yesterday, which targeted residential complexes and areas, some people in the capital city have been trying to avoid unnecessary commute, but they are doing their normal life. However, they somehow, it seemed that by yesterday attacks, Israel wanted to create a sense of fear and intimidate the population in order to, somehow create a kind of chaos. But government has been trying to handle the situation, and in terms of the power, electricity, or things like that, water, it's in the normal condition. And in the meantime, we have been seeing from the Iranian side that gradually they have been trying to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of their attacks against Israel. Specifically, last night they tried to use newer missiles and more missiles reportedly. And the Iranian officials, when they are talking, they have been not talking about a specific time for the end of this conflict, but they the hint that this might continue in future. And if it continues, it will, become more crushing, and it will escalate into a, let's say, more complicated situation. And this indicates that, but why is that? Because when we are looking at the public in the country and in the capital city, we are seeing that this external threat coming from the Israeli side and this aggression has made different factions and different types of people to rally around the flag. And I was talking to even some people who are critical of the establishment and the government. They may not agree with the government on many issues, and they have been critical of the establishment, but all agree in one thing, that Iran needs to give a crushing response to Israel to establish a deterrence against any likely or potential attacks or aggression coming from the Israeli side, and let's say unity among different political factions as well as the ordinary people.
So, and we only have about a minute more of your time here, Abbas. So essentially what you're hearing from your perspective as a journalist, there does seem to be this
Natanz nuclear facility getting hit again. It doesn't show
widespread support among Iranians when it comes to that initial preemptive round of strikes that Iran launched on Israel, if I'm hearing you correct?
Yes, this has created a kind of unity among the public, supporting the Iranian defense forces and government to retaliate against Israel. And nobody's buying into Iran that, Benjamin Netanyahu is going after, Iran's nuclear program, because residential areas, as well as more than 90% of those victims of the attack have been civilians. And yesterday, many people, they saw there by their own eyes that, ordinary people were targeted. So that's why this has created a unity in the country. And following the what happened in Gaza, Israel does not have a good standing among the Iranian public. And this somehow, this recent aggression against Iran has, increased the level of unpopularity of Israel. And they want the Iranian side to establish a deterrence against any likely future attacks.
Israel's defense minister has vowed, quote, "The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon." Now, Israeli officials say at least 23 people have been killed since Iran's retaliation started. In Iran, at least 224 people have been killed by Israeli airstrikes since Friday. And that's according to...
He's lying. By the way, this guy is on fucking CNN. So the idea that like a CNN commentator would use this as an opportunity to fucking not say what you think he should be saying is so funny. Yeah, no, he's lying. Iranians love getting bombed. Iranians actually are, they're massive fans of death and destruction and murder of their family members. Famously. White House officials comment on Trump's statement. New Trump's social media post telling Iranians to immediately evacuate Tehran reflected the urgency of need for Iran to come to the negotiating table at White House. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. What is this madness? What is this fucking madness, dude? White House officials say Trump's post urging Tehran evacuation reflects urgency for Iran to come to talks. Oh, that's cool. There's I don't know. There's a different way to fucking say that, I think, without making it seem like you're just going to nuke Tehran. Guys, stop asking if Congress needs to approve any U.S. military action. Okay, please. What are you saying? What are you... Do you hear yourselves? Do you hear yourselves? Look at the country. Look at the state of this fucking nation. Stop asking me stupid fucking questions. It's like, oh, well, they can't do that. They can't just like black bag American legal permanent residents for being mean to Israel, a foreign nation. Oh, wait, they have been doing that. Okay. Wait, I'm confused. Are you telling me that America, the American executive leadership, the White House could just single-handedly decide to strike a sovereign nation? Yes. The answer is technically no, but nobody gives a fuck. Nobody, especially when it comes to war. Democrats don't even give a fuck. Like, look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden literally bombed Yemen, okay? Did he get congressional approval for that? No, he didn't. It didn't matter. Trump did it as well in the first term, and Trump did it as well in the second term already. Again, bombing Yemen. There is no more, or Syria. There is no congressional approval. Ironically enough, Chuck Schumer a couple of weeks ago was calling Trump a pussy for not bombing Iran. Okay? He's like, oh, Taco Trump is doing a backdoor deal with Iran to allow them to continue enriching uranium for their nuclear power plants at the civilian level. That's unacceptable. Like, did we forget that? Look at how the New York Times framed it. President Trump, in a post on Truth Social during the G7 meeting in Canada, reiterated his suggestion that Iran had brought Israeli attacks on itself by not heeding his urging to sign a deal to end its nuclear program. What a shame. What a waste of human life, Trump wrote. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. During remarks to reporters about an hour earlier, Trump said he believed that Iran is basically at the negotiating table and that he wanted to make a deal. Trump deleted his tweet. Wait, what? No, he didn't. Also, why should any country ever trust the word of America ever again for the rest of time? Like, this is happening amidst a denuclearization agreement. Stop saying lies, by the way, that he deleted his tweet or whatever. He did not delete any of it. God damn it. This is so lame.
To the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vowing their strikes will become...
I feel like a bunch of chatters are just like fucking making shit up. He didn't. It's still there. What? Yeah, it's still on his fucking page. What are you talking about? Dumb fucks. Why are you guys doing this?
Become even more intense. And Iran's president says that the country's response will escalate as well.
I'm going to start banning people.
We will continue to intensify our operations and, in doing so, strengthen our security for years to come. Defending our home front is a...
Yeah, if you keep like saying dumb shit while we're awaiting confirmation of whether or not America's like entering the fucking battle with offensive capabilities, if you do this, if you fucking post shit like this, I will ban you. Yeah, I saw the report. Yes, Trump refused to sign the de-escalation thing at the G7.
Critical component of this campaign.
We are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our powerful IRGC, and our dear people have shown, appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe. More innocent people may lose their lives.
CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payne-Walsh, joining me live now from London. Nick, it's good to have you this morning. In your view here, where does President Trump fit into this as the escalation continues to grow? He seems to be both offering peace talks, but he also continues to back Israel. So where does this potential road for diplomacy land?
Yeah, I mean, it's been particularly opaque to work out exactly what the Trump administration wanted prior to this, and now it appears that they label these Israeli strikes as very successful, exactly what they think their future position may end up being here. But President Trump, over the past hours, has said that the Iranians are talking, suggested that perhaps there could be a deal here, and I think for the moment now, while it appears that, as far as we know publicly, the United States is not materially involved in these Israeli strikes, that they may be holding themselves out as a potential off-ramp for some kind of diplomatic de-escalation here. Now, clearly, there were suggestions overnight too that an Israeli thought to kill the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, may have been something that was vetoed by the United States. And so there are suggestions potentially that the Trump administration is maybe trying to have it both ways, suggest they have some sense of control or veto power over exactly what Israel does, while at the same time aren't necessarily trying to call all the moves here. So Trump, I think, trying to have it both ways. There may be voices around him that are indeed suggesting that as Israel continues to take a remarkable, a devastating toll, frankly, not just on...
Genuine question, how are people justifying backing Israel? I mean, if you ask the public, many people don't give a fuck about Israel. But if you ask politicians, when have they stopped backing Israel? If you ask the media, when have they stopped backing Israel? If anything, after 19 months of child Holocaust that was live streamed, there was a brief moment where the media got a new permission structure to finally criticize Israel a little bit, only to have that completely fucking reset as soon as, what is it effing again? Mini F, tiny F? Okay, calm down, everybody. Only to completely reset on that position as soon as Israel launched another fucking attack this time against a sovereign nation with an actual with actual targeting and strike capabilities that can actually punish Israel and Israeli society from afar. We have yet to see the Iranian retaliation tonight, for the record. I know that they were saying that that was going to happen. A big retaliation was going to happen. And the fact that it hasn't happened could mean two things. That their capabilities are diminishing, or potentially that they were worried about the Trump statement as well.
On Iran's military, but according to Iranian officials, on Iranian civilians as well. Over 200 killed.
It's crazy though, because what, you reap what you sow? What do you mean? Brandon moment? What's crazy though is that like the fuck. I'm losing my mind a little bit. He's talking about Israel. I know he was talking about Israel. What's crazy is the idea that this is all about fucking denuclearization and getting Iran to the table is a lie. Okay? It has nothing to do with Iran getting fucking nukes. Does America not want Iran to get nukes? Of course. But the reason why America doesn't want Iran to get nukes is because then they can't dominate Iran. The same reason why Israel does not want Iran to get nukes. Not because they're going to fucking use it, but the threat of being able to use the nukes would make it impossible for Israel to bomb Tehran in the way that it is currently. Nuclear proliferation in the age of nukes simply means you get to have sovereignty. Okay? That's all this means. That's it. If Iran had nukes, Israel wouldn't get to fucking fly over and bomb Tehran like this. Because the simple threat of Iran deploying nukes to Israel would be enough for Israel to never behave like this. It would make the region a more stable region. That's why John Mersheimer also says this. Okay? That's it. Having said that, the conversation around like Iran denuclearization is bullshit. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. It's not about Iran denuclearization at all. They want to do forcible regime change in Iran, and they are not shying away from killing a fuck ton of civilians and engaging in direct military action against the incredibly densely populated capital of Iran to do so. Just like the hostages being released was not a real goal for Israel. Did we forget? That's just a talking point. The real goal was ethnic cleansing. Hostages, as long as they existed, could be used as a reason to do ethnic cleansing. And once the hostages were on the throes of being completely released, okay, because the remaining hostages are prisoners of war. They're IDF soldiers that were captured. Now, Israel doesn't even talk about the fucking hostages. They're there. They don't give a fuck. They're still doing ethnic cleansing. The conversation has completely gone away. I wonder why. Because it had nothing to do with releasing the hostages or the prisoners of war at all. It had everything to do with ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip and completely dominating the Gaza Strip and reoccupying the Gaza Strip. Just like Iran can't have nukes is a bullshit fucking reason. The real goal here is to dominate the Iranian public and destabilize it permanently, decapitate its leadership, and then put forth a puppet that they can control. Okay? I can't believe motherfuckers still go, bro, Hamas killed the hostages. Israel killed more hostages than Hamas has. What are you talking about? Israel is the fucking, Israel is the responsible party here. Watching Israel's Channel 12 News now, excitedly reporting about a new series of explosions in Tehran and the insane evacuation order Trump posted. They talk as if everything's already over and the Iranian regime is crumbling. The military is finished, and the Iranian public root for Israel, and very soon total victory will come. It's impossible to distinguish anymore between delusions and reality. There is no way Trump actually posted this. Please tell me. Somebody please explain to Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. Is this actually real? Is this a real tweet? This is a real fucking tweet from Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually tweeted amidst a demand for full evacuation of a densely populated city, telling the civilians of Tehran to immediately evacuate, threatening to bomb Tehran into oblivion. He turned around and tweeted about how Tucker Carlson is wrong. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Oh my God. Clown country. Utter clown show. Complete clown country. It's a F. Little F happened. Frame drop. I know. I know. There's some frame. It's patchy. It's patchy. It's a little bit of frame drops taking place. Tehran, 15 million metro area. Los Angeles, 13 million metro area. Exactly. Iran's been on the brink of having nukes since 1993 when Netanyahu, a young minister of the Knesset, wrote they could acquire a bomb by 1999. Frankly, the goal of regime change, I think, is no more the primary goal here than it was in Iraq. The sake of the war is war. It brings Israeli society together and it remobilizes American military support while the government stays in power and the region continues to suffer. Like I've said 100 times, is a reset button. No, it's not just a reset button. The sake of blowing up Iran in this final solution against Iran is to envision a different Middle East. Iran is the final spoiler against American ambition of full domination over this oil-rich region. If it doesn't happen tomorrow, if it doesn't happen today, it was bound to happen in, I don't know, the next fucking 10 years. Another Trump post. Tucker Carlson says in his newsletter that Trump is complicit in an act of war. Many in Trump's MAGA movement are not happy. A big chunk of them are isolationists who believe Trump would end all wars. Another chunk is anti-Israel. Tucker Carlson, this could be the final newsletter before an all-out war. U.S. says it was not involved. That's not true. Trump is complicit in an act of war. America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. I'm sorry. Like, why are you even entertaining some fucking MAGA base that's going to get mad at you for bombing Iran, dude? What the fuck is going on? This is our fucking president. This is our future. This is our past. This is what we are living through. It's like, this is the possible lamest way to go into World War III. Joe Rogan, regular, apologizes for supporting Trump, calls for impeachment. Oh, Dave Smith. Comedian and frequent Joe Rogan guest Dave Smith has apologized for supporting President Donald Trump and is now calling for his impeachment. Watch the video on this. They feature you. Adjacent, maybe. They organically found themselves in this space. And I think the Republicans Party took advantage of that very well. That same ecosystem doesn't exist on the left. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals. Like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right? Then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. There was a list that looked at who had the top like election night coverage, who had the most views. And that list was populated exclusively by right-wingers except for me. So I'm out there. I'm here. But obviously, I'm not directly aligned with the top of the ticket or with many of the establishment Democrats and their attitude towards consistently and stubbornly defending third-way neoliberalism. There is a divide here that does not exist within the Republican base of support that will develop a relatively conservative audience. So I think this is an issue that has to be solved top-down. I think first, it's not about like 10 more podcasters or 20 more liberal podcasters. I think it's more so about the Democratic Party looking within and doing. Israel's using this as a reset button as well. It's not an accident that this was done right before the conference for Europe to recognize Palestine. Israel's trying to use Iran's pariah status. I'm like, that's all messaging. That's all fucking bullshit. The reason why Netanyahu fucking pulled the trigger was because he was worried about internal conflict that would basically make it impossible for them to do this. And who knows when Israel would get the second chance of going after Iran. This is right after all of the Iranian proxies have been diminished, with the exception of, I guess, Yemen. All of the Iranian proxies have been either decapitated, like Hezbollah, and have been diminished in their capacity. The logistical hub of Syria is gone. There is no way for Iran to surround Israel or present a serious threat to Israel beyond lobbing missiles from fucking Iran directly towards Israel, which is still fairly consequential. And I think these guys have actually miscalculated. Like, I think Israel thought that they would be able to withstand Iranian attacks, or maybe even take over Iranian capabilities fairly quickly, take out Iranian capabilities fairly quickly. Having said that, however, I think the real reason why they did this now was because if the Knesset dissolved due to not having enough soldiers to continue doing baby cleansing in fucking Gaza, and therefore trying to bring the Haredi population to conscript them forcibly, the Knesset was destined to dissolve. And if that were to happen, they would never be able to take advantage of this current best opportunity to strike Iran. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is my assessment. Yeah, President Trump is leaving the G7 summit early, by the way, which is, again, not good news. President Trump is leaving the G7 summit early and will return to D.C. tonight. I think it is pretty funny, however, that the way that this is being done, like the consent being manufactured against Iran, is fucking identical to invading Iraq. Like, it is literally identical. The actors are the fucking same. Benjamin Netanyahu is still saying the same shit, but this time he changed like 2 letters. Okay. How crazy? I guess not 2, 1 letter. I agree with you 100% that the timing here is just right for Netanyahu to eliminate Iran as the head of this axis. My point is that while Bibi doesn't want a difficult war, I think he wants a long one. I mean, sure. I don't think... yeah, 1 letter, not 2. Anyway, President Trump, Caroline Leavitt says, President Trump had a great day at the G7, even signing a major trade deal with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Much was accomplished, but because of what's going on in the Middle East, President Trump will be leaving tonight after a dinner with heads of state. I mean, this is so stupid. In the coming hours, the IRGC Aerospace Force will carry out precise attack against occupied territories. Any city, facility, or center within the occupied territories would be considered a legitimate target. You must evacuate the cities immediately. Okay, this also features the Gaza Strip and even the fucking Golan Heights. What is this? What is this fucking stupid ass? Yeah, they're using the Greater Israel map. Nowhere is safe. We are going to bomb the West Bank. We are going to bomb Golan Heights. We are going to bomb the Gaza Strip. It's our time. Sadly, it looks like I was right. Trump set to launch neocon regime change war against Iran on behalf of Israel. He's done nothing to explain his actions to the American public or even his base because he can't. He's forcing Americans to fight Israel's war because he's owned. A gigantic U.S. Air Force deployment is currently underway. This is from yesterday. With over 20 aerial refueling tankers moving across the ocean, along with many more military assets, as Netanyahu pushes Trump to join Israel's war on Iran. I'm certain that Trump does not want the U.S. directly engaged in the war, that he fantasized about winning a Nobel Peace Prize by ending it, and that in any case, he's too mentally lazy to manage such a conflict. I don't think so. Because if he wanted a Nobel Peace Prize, he could have literally gotten one by telling Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the genocide. And he never did. It is also clear that his base has no desire to fight any neocon war of choice for Israel. America's first influencers like Tucker Carlson and MTG are now escalating their opposition because they know that will sabotage what's left of Trump's domestic agenda. But this is the most Brandonized presidency. This is the most Brandonized presidency of all time. This is full Brandon. Trump is going full Brandon. Basically fucking sleepwalking into more genocide in Gaza and also an even further escalation of conflict in the fucking region. This is literally full Brandonization. This is it. Guy who came on, Brandon, what did he do? He ran against Trump saying he was the reasonable foreign policy leader. He won. He said he was going to be the adult in the room. Many people forgot this because of the last year of Brandonization, but quite literally, Joe Biden won the presidency in 2020 because he was supposed to be the adult in the room and bring back all of our allies. Okay? And he did the opposite. His administration was so damaging to the entire premise of the international rule-based order. There was no more international rules or laws. It was over, especially because of the glaring hypocrisy that even the dumbest fucking person could see between the way that we moved against Russia versus the way that we moved with Israel. That was huge. Those two things happening in the same leadership made it impossible to fucking hide and say, oh, well, this is like two different political parties and the way that they fucking react to situations are different. Like, it was over at that point, right? And then Trump came in, and what did he say? He said he was going to be the peace president. He said he was going to actually end the wars. Day one, he said. He ran against the Brandon regime and Kamala Harris specifically by claiming that he was a fucking peaceful dove, claiming that he was going to end the wars. It was going to be done with it. No more unnecessary wars, I say. I'm going to end both Ukraine and Russia day one, and I'm going to end the Israel-Palestine situation day one, okay? That's what he fucking said. What has happened since then? More war. No, nothing has ended. I'm willing to entertain how much more difficult it is to navigate through Ukraine and Russia because Russia is the responsible party for the invasion and it's a foreign adversary. But with Israel, the ethnic cleansing campaign could have stopped. He has all the fucking power. You know how he says, you have no cards. You have no cards to Zelensky. He has all the cards with Israel. He could say that to everything Trump said to Zelensky. He could have literally said to Benjamin Netanyahu. The humiliation that he put Zelensky through, he could have absolutely put Benjamin Netanyahu through 100%. He could have done that, but he didn't. He didn't do that at all because he also is a part of the uniparty strategy. Now we're getting double the fucking war. Full Brandonization, baby. Full fucking Brandon. Now we got fucking tankers and refueling ships. Refueling planes flying in the region. And it feels like there's another aircraft carrier that's moving in that direction too. Here's Representative Fine. God, I hate this fucking piece of shit. Randy Fine is one of the biggest monstrous pieces of shit out there. Thank you, POTUS. Bombs away. Iranian air defenses were activated in the city of Masjid Suleiman, Khuzestan. What is this? Let them fight.gif. I mean, it's not even a let them fight type situation. Like, I think it's crazy that, I mean, there's just, Vice President J.D. Vance declares, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to at the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary military parade in Washington, D.C.
And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, and number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely.
The gunshots that we heard weren't gunshots. It was anti-aircraft battery, I think. Imagine John Bolton's probably pretty sad that he didn't get to be a part of this. No, I don't think he cares. He's still nutting. He's still firing off the nuts. He doesn't have to directly be involved. You know what I mean? This is his baby coming to fruition. Here, let's hear from the Democrats on this.
Global. Continue our conversation right now. Brett McGurk is joining us.
Brett McGurk is a responsible party for the Brandon
White House coordinator.
What is happening? Brett McGurk is a responsible party for Brandon's Israel defense.
Global affairs analyst. And
let's see what he has to say about the Trump administration. I'm sure he's got a lot of smoke for them.
Middle East and North Africa. We're seeing Iranian missiles hit central Tel Aviv and Haifa, for that matter, as well, going after oil refinery projects in Haifa. Where do you see all this going?
I think if it comes back to one question to me, Fordo. Fordo is the deeply underground nuclear enrichment facility buried into a mountain about a half-mile underground. That is something the United States can take out. It's something the Israelis will have a lot of difficulty doing. If this ends with Fordo intact, you could actually have a worse problem. You could have Iran more inclined to go to a nuclear weapon, and they have that infrastructure intact.
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm so confused. Everyone keeps yelling at me saying that the Democrats would be very different than Donald Trump on this issue. This is so weird. Here is the former White House coordinator for the MENA region, Brett McGurk, who I believe famously told Israel to strike Lebanon now. Wait. But I thought foreign policy wasn't fucking uniparty. What's going on? This is Brandon's guy. This is the guy who was the prime guy. This was basically the fucking Steve Witkoff, more than Anthony Blinken. Actually, ironically enough, Marco Rubio and Anthony Blinken would be the analog here, and Steve Witkoff and Brett McGurk would be the analog between Trump and Brandon. So why is the Steve Witkoff of the Biden administration on CNN in line with the Trump administration's militancy?
Two ways to deal with Fordo. Number one, a diplomatic deal. I think if the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi called Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, tomorrow or today, and said, hey, let's sit down on the deal you put down a month ago. Remember, the U.S. put down a deal a month ago to basically get rid of the risk of an Iranian nuclear weapon. I think that this war would stop. The second way to take out Fordo is a military operation.
Wow. Wow, that's even better. Fordo is the Iranian deep underground nuclear facility. Israel currently does not have the tech to be able to bomb it. It can't, their bombs simply do not reach that deep. Okay? America is one of the only allied countries to Israel that has the Moab style bunker buster bombs that they could potentially deploy to blow it up. They need a B-2 bomber. And it's weird because here you have Biden's got, even for the record, like even it's not a guarantee that even like American munitions could actually hit it. Open presents, thank you for the 50 big ones, the 50 bones. Okay. It is super deep underground. The earth still reigns supreme when it comes to withstanding explosive ordnance. Okay? So I'm confused because everyone keeps saying this straw manning is where the left loses me. This straw manning. I heard this. Who said the Democrats are different on this issue? Who said that? We said domestic. Have you ever heard me say that the Democrats are in lockstep with the Republicans on domestic? No, I always say the Democrats follow the past 4 years of the Republican administration. They're marginally better on domestic issues. That's not a straw man, dumb fuck. There are plenty of people who have been yelling at me since the beginning of this administration every single fucking day, every single goddamn day, about how the Democrats and Republicans are not uniparty. Ironically enough, the Obama plan is one of the few instances that I point to talk about how the Democrats actually, if left to the rest of the Democrats, they wouldn't have ever continued with the Obama plan. But yes, the Obama denuclearization agreement was good. That is the signature accomplishment of the Obama administration. I've said that. So you're wrong? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm not wrong about the uniparty. Chuck Schumer was against the fucking denuclearization agreement, you dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? There are going to be every now and then some differences, but ultimately it is directionally the same. Okay? You are so fucking stupid. You literally said, I heard this. Who said the Democrats were different on this issue? And then went, well, what about Obama's plan? Where is Obama's plan? It's gone. Why didn't Biden bring it back? Biden was Obama's vice president. Why didn't Joseph Robinette Brandon bring back the Iran denuclearization agreement? Because of Trump? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize for the first 3 fucking years of the Biden administration, Donald Trump was actually running for president. Because of Trump? He couldn't? There were no relations? That's not true. That's fucking bullshit. You are wrong. Biden even hired some of the same people that Obama had initially to restart talks with Iran. Why didn't they follow through on it? Trump destroyed our ability to negotiate. Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude. So why is Biden's fucking literal MENA region director, who was responsible for their entire Middle Eastern operations, over here saying, we got to bomb Fordo then? Is that also because of Trump? Is that also because of Trump? What's going on? Some of you guys will move the goalposts wildly, will swing it around wildly with the hopes of defending the least popular party in this country, less popular than even the Republicans. And the Republicans are also deeply unpopular. I don't understand why. Do you work for the Democratic Party? Is this what your job relies on? Do you get fucking pay stubs? Like, what is happening here? It doesn't make sense. What is this defense of a falsehood? You sound like a fucking QAnon supporter. Nope, my family's being deported. My family's being hurt. Dude, don't ever fucking come in here and act like I haven't been screaming about the Democrats and their refusal to fucking defend undocumented migrants when Kamala Harris literally repackaged the fucking 2020 Trump campaign, basically adopting the right-wing framework that migrants were actually a criminal element in this country that needed to be forcibly removed. One of the fucking only outlets that is defending unconditionally undocumented migrants? Really? I'm your enemy, huh? The Democrats, they're your friends. I'm your fucking enemy for yelling at the Democrats for not even fucking protecting the migrants. You are so fucking stupid and so fucking brain broken, dude. Go take it up with the rest of the fucking libtards in your stupid fucking circles that you spend time in online that celebrate, that salivate at the notion of, well, you know, they deserve it. They deserve it. They didn't sufficiently vote for Kamala Harris. Nope, you're wrong here. Oh my God. Oh my God. We deserve everything that's coming for us. I swear to God, we all deserve it. Fuck. I'm in my office helping with the immigration. I see the pain. Yeah, you see the pain. Make sure you figure out whether or not the people whose families have been sufficiently in support of Kamala Harris next time you're fucking processing someone's like deportation order, trying to fight against that, okay? Because if they have immediate family members that have fucking voted for Donald Trump, you should probably allow them to be expeditiously deported instead of fucking defending them then. I don't do that, which is the straw man. I don't know what you fucking do. All I can say is you are so firmly committed and invested to defending the Democratic Party that you move the goalpost to immigration, which again is a fucking weakness for the Democrats. And it's only a weakness because they never defended migrants, because they don't give a fuck about the migrants beyond a talking point. And the quicker you as an independent voter realize that and demand change from your own fucking elected representatives instead of coming to a fucking person who actually does have a real commitment to fucking defending migrants, the better this will be for you, the more productive it will be for you, you stupid fucking moron. Democrats are also responsible for all of the fucking awfulness that migrants are experiencing right now. They normalize this sentiment. I've been begging since 2021 for the Biden administration to actually develop a counter message to get ahead of this problem before the Republicans use it. I've been saying it for the past 10 years, but especially detailing exactly how things were going to unfold for migrants if the Biden administration didn't quickly follow through on their fucking promises of amnesty for migrants, keeping them in undocumented limbo instead of keeping them in undocumented limbo, to actually go after and tackle this problem and counter message aggressively. And they didn't do that. And what did they do instead? Waited out 3 fucking years, allowed this problem to fucking fester, allow the Republicans to message about how migrants are fucking eating cats and dogs, like your Haitian relatives are eating cats and dogs, is what the Republicans said in order to win the election. And the Democrats, even at that point, couldn't turn around and be like, this is insane. This is not true, that migrants are not actually responsible for crimes in this country. Okay? Holy fuck. If you cannot at this point realize that when the counterbalance, the counter message, and the counter mechanism that is supposed to be in place against growing fascism in this country is the Democratic Party, and they've dropped the ball in spectacular fashion when it comes to every single issue, including but not limited to even migrants, turning around and basically admitting that the Republicans are right and that the migrants do constitute a national security threat, which is exactly what the Democrats did. October 6th is when Biden came out, before October 7, one day before October 7, Biden came out and said, we are also going to build a right-wing, we're going to build the wall, we're going to build a right-wing piece of legislation to combat the crimes that migrants are committing in this country. That was fucking bullshit. That was never real, but they conceded on the right-wing framing. And a big part of the reason why this issue became a 60-40 issue, 60% in favor of fucking mass deportation as opposed to amnesty, was because the Democrats also admitted on their side that this was actually a real national security problem for the first time ever in contemporary Democratic Party history. For the first time ever, Democrats literally came out and said undocumented migrants are actually constituting a fucking national security problem. They gave ground but wouldn't take work visas. You are such a fucking moron, dude. You are such a fucking donkey. Who gives a fuck if the Democrats would offer temporary work visas while simultaneously literally admitting a falsehood that the Republicans had presented, that they are actually a fucking national security threat? They are pushing the needle in the direction of mass deportation, and the Democrats are not fighting against it. So of course Americans are going to start believing that they are actually fucking criminals. This is my point. Also, you said you're Haitian. I don't know if you're also Haitians, or if you're Haitian or you're working with Haitians in the office of I don't know. I guess you're an immigrant attorney, but I doubt that you're a fucking immigration attorney. If you were an immigration attorney, you wouldn't even be fucking angry at me. You'd be angry at the Democrats altogether. What the fuck is this? That's not a leap. I've never met a libbed up immigration attorney that doesn't actually fucking criticize the Democrats and their failures on migration. Maybe you are the one fucking person. Anyway, I'm done with you. Suck my dick. Yeah, Biden was so good on the Haitian migrants, remember? Actually, you know what? I'm going to unban that person because I wanted them to address this shit too. What was the fucking account username? Chat.
So what he has asked all of us to convey clearly to people who are understandably have questions, are passionate, are concerned, as we are about the images that we have seen. The Secretary also conveyed to civil rights leaders earlier this morning that we would no longer be using horses.
I unbanned them. Dude, thank God. It was the horsies. That was the big problem. Not our fucking white nativist immigration policies. It was the fucking horses. We're going to punish the person for using the reins as a whip because that's unacceptable protocol. Like, well, maybe you're fucking missing the forest for the trees there a little bit. It's not that people are just upset about like endangering people by using horses and whips, which is 4 years ago. It's definitely a fucking bad part of it, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. The real fucking good stuff is the horrifying immigration policy that dictates that, you know, 690,000 people that were seeking asylum were purged from this country without allowing their due process, without allowing them an opportunity to get legal paperwork done so they could even fucking try to seek asylum here. Okay, that's the issue. It's not just the horses. It's not just the whips. This is not a W, all right? I'm sick and tired of this bullshit.
Many of the 15,000 migrants have been deported to their native Haiti, but sources tell CBS News more than 1,000 have been allowed into the U.S. to ask for asylum. The governor of Texas has been using a line of police cars to keep the migrants out.
More than 1,400 Haitians have been deported since Sunday. Meanwhile, in Washington, members of the Congressional Black Caucus met with White House officials demanding accountability for what they consider the mistreatment of migrants.
We witnessed cowboys with their reins again whipping black people, Haitians.
What's your take on this? What do you think? What do you think my take? He wasn't perfect. He did go hard after undocumented. Point was documented. People who did everything right, saved in Haiti for years with no money. Trump going after documented is crazy. Even don't know how to navigate most cases. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Are you so stupid that you don't understand that Joe Biden not fucking offering proper authorization and clearance to those people and instead actually acting as though they deserve to be purged from the fucking ranks of this country is exactly in line and allowed the Trump administration to increase the fucking rhetoric, to literally fucking increase the intensity. That's the whole point. If you're a fucking immigration attorney, you know the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is just documentation. How dare you fucking come in here and try to yell at me over this? This is my fucking number one issue, you stupid fucking moron. Exactly? What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly? The fuck is wrong with you? You just admitted that the Biden administration was going hard after undocumented migrants. God damn, you are so dog shit at your fucking job, dude. Holy fuck. I'm gonna come to your fucking office and do the proper clearance and the proper paperwork instead of you. Holy fuck. You didn't go against that? What are you talking about? You're coming in here telling me how to do my fucking job. Clearly, you don't even do your job right. How about you worry about your own fucking job, stupid? Imagine trying to fucking rage bait me over immigration as an immigration paralegal or whatever the fuck you do, seemingly, while defending the fucking liberal administration's idiotic white nativist policies. The fuck is wrong with you? Rage bait Lamau. Okay, suck my fucking dick. Now you admit that you were rage baiting me. I'm glad you got your fucking rocks off, moron. Incredible stuff. I'm a fucking immigration attorney, but I think the Democratic Party made a lot of mistakes with immigration, but are actually still really fucking good. I'm an immigration attorney, but I'm here to fucking trick you by behaving like a fucking moron. New Chinese embassy update. We urge our citizens to leave Israel via land towards Jordan as soon as possible. What the fuck? There's Chinese people in Israel. Yeah, Trump wants everyone in the Situation Room when he arrives at the White House tonight. I just didn't expect there to be Chinese people in Israel. Dems never sponsored a bill that would change the immigration process. They just lived in the house Trump built. Not only that, but they also literally repackaged the Trump administration's anti-migrant bill from 2020 and then presented it as their own, and then also admitted that Trump's false smears about undocumented migrants constituting a criminal element of this country was real. That admission alone played a prominent role in people generating this like reactionary white nativist sentiment within the ranks of the Democratic Party. I watched Chinese people in Bilibili doing a vlog of the strikes yesterday in Tel Aviv. Yeah, no, it's the meme. I'm saying, no, it's fine. I just didn't expect them to be Chinese. Fox News keeps pushing that only U.S. can take out Fordow. Maybe they're lying. Maybe Israel has a weapon as well that America gave it or something. I don't fucking know anymore. Ay. Dems in 2023, no more kids in cages. You misheard. It's no more kids in cages. Yeah. Some of the recent major strikes from Iran. Wait, is this new? I don't believe this. This is happening right now. This is old, probably. This is old footage, chatter. I feel like there would be more of a hubbub. By the way, notice how we moved on from, of course, America's uniparty when it comes to Israel to actually, of course, Biden was really bad to undocumented migrants. Like, that person is such an indecent, immoral charlatan who openly admitted that they were just rage baiting and didn't even do a good enough fucking job with it. Democrats are that bad that even if you move the fucking goalpost, they're still bad on whatever fucking new goal that you move the post to. That's how bad they are. Don't ever come in here and fucking defend the Democrats ever again, unless they do something good, at which point You won't have to defend them. I'll be defending them. I'll be the first to defend them. Stupid loser.
A meeting scheduled for tomorrow, including a meeting, I should note, with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, and on that list of everything that these leaders were going to talk about. But the White House has decided to cut this trip short so the president can return to Washington tonight, citing exactly what is happening inside the Middle East. We've talked to officials about the president's post on Truth Social earlier that everyone who lives in Tehran should evacuate. Obviously, that is millions of people, Anderson, and a quite urgent warning from the President of the United States. One official said it just reflected the reality of the situation of trying to get Iran to the table as they are trying to sort this out, with the president still voicing confidence that some kind of deal with Iran could be made.
They aren't baiting. They're Kamala or busters. They just repeated rage bait because you said it. Okay, now I want to fucking unban them so I can rip into them even more. If that person is unironically a Kamala or buster, oh my God. There's such a thing. I cannot believe there is literally a thing. There are actually Kamala or busters out here. Like, there's still people who ride for fucking Mamala. Oh my God.
Carrier movement as they're basically posturing
Makes sense
to
how
make sure
stupid
they're
they were
protecting
arguing.
the U.S. forces who are in the region right now. I will note one person who's here on the trip with President Trump is the Secretary of State, Marco
Dumbass
Rubio.
K-hivers.
I'm told he's been briefing him throughout the day on the latest and the updates that we've been seeing. And the president has also had several conversations with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And so everyone is watching, obviously, what is happening in the Middle East and also why the president's cutting his trip short, his trip here early short is making such a difference and what that means about what's next.
Yeah. Caitlin, we'll see you at the top of the hour on The Source. Coming up next right now, CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward in Israel. She's at Tel Aviv's largest hospital. Clarissa, how are Israel's defenses, first of all, holding up against the latest Iranian retaliation?
Well, there had been the expectation that tonight was going to see some heavy activity because we had heard from Iranian state
I think these people have no capacity to like analyze the world as events are unfolding without trying to get a fucking own. This is inherently reactionary. Okay? This is inherently a reactionary approach to politics where you have to envision a stupid person that is your enemy that you must own at all fucking costs. Like, you have no substance to your commentary. You have no worldview. You are just simply moving along with the I told you so narratives. If you want to be on the right side of history and constantly tell people in the smarmiest ways possible, I told you so, become a fucking leftist, okay? You shouldn't do that regardless, but trust me, you'll have plenty of I told you so opportunities, you fucking morons. Oh my God. It's so crazy. The idea that like, well, imagine if we had Harris right now, we wouldn't be in war, is so fucking stupid when you have literally every Democrat saying we want more bloodshed in the Middle East. Every top Democrat, including former top Democrats who work with the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris's own foreign policy apparatus, coming out and being like, we would actually defend Israel harder. If we have the opportunity, give us the opportunity, we'd be so hard defending Israel right now. And these fucking morons still go, Kamala would have never done this. Let it go. Let it go. Drop it, please. I don't want to argue with dipshits that have this kind of opinion right now in this like time of unprecedented danger that Kamala Harris would certainly also be on board with. Waltz was significantly more progressive than Kamala. Murat! Fuck!
The nuclear
Jesus
material
Christ,
that they're
dude.
working with, that remains. And unless the U.S. is involved, it's a real question whether or not they can actually take out both of these Iranian nuclear facilities.
And it's interesting, Anderson, you know, when you talk to people here about the possibility
Swear to God,
of,
he's a
look, it looks
fucking
like Iran has
aerospace
made
engineer, but he has the IQ of a fucking plankton, dude. He opens the door and revs the engine to his fucking dual sport, literally outside of the fucking house, like right next to me. I can smell the fucking fumes. I'm losing my fucking mind. I don't know why he has to always use industrial equipment or loud sounding fucking motorbikes right next to me with the fucking door open.
Progress has already been made in that endeavor. But if the objective is to completely dismantle it, to ensure that it can never be resurrected, that seems to indicate.
East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council, also retired U.S. Army Colonel Pete Mansour, senior fellow at the Mershon Center for International Security Studies at Ohio State University. Colonel, first of all, what's your read on the president's social media post calling for the evacuation of Tehran? Do you think that is an indication that the United States is going to get directly involved in this?
It certainly seems that way. You know, I didn't really think the United States would get involved unless it was attacked in the region by Iran. But with the president returning a day early from the G7, there's really no reason for him to do that if he's just monitoring the situation. He can do that up in Calgary. So I think this may be tipping the hand that the United States might weigh in a military sense to complete the job that the Israelis have started.
Brett, do you agree with that this seems to be an indication of something?
As Brett McGurk.
I think there's two things going on here, Anderson, and both are linked. I think we are moving our military assets into place to be able to do a strike into Iran, particularly to take out that Fordo facility deeply underground, something really only the U.S. can do. But secondly, there's still an off-ramp on diplomacy. This is coercive diplomacy, what you're seeing.
Oh, dude,
Basically, the White House believes they put a deal down to the Iranians about 6 weeks ago that it's a good, fair deal. The Iranians really never responded to that. In fact, they escalated their program in response to that. And basically, I think the view is if Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, calls Steve Witkoff, who is President Trump's envoy, and says, you know what, I re-looked at the deal you put down, I'm ready to take it, that's the off-ramp. If Iran does not do that, I think it seems like the U.S. is putting everything in place to get directly involved militarily. One way or the other, it's very clear here. I think Iran cannot be left at the end of this with that enrichment program in place at Fordo. Natanz is the other one. The Israelis have hit that. And then you have the conversion facility. This is part of the fuel cycle at Esfahan, which has also been hit. But Fordo, that is the key. And if you don't dismantle Fordo at the end of this, as you said, Anderson, not only does Iran have the know-how, they have an underground facility with about 10 cascades of very advanced centrifuges, and then you're kind of in an even worse position. So this is really coming to a head fast. It's unprecedented. If anybody says they know where this is going, they don't know what they're talking about. But I see putting the military pieces in place, that's smart, as you have a diplomatic off-ramp. So, let's hope Iran decides to take that off-ramp. Otherwise, I think we're possibly looking to an American strike at Fordo.
Colonel, do you have a sense of how long it takes to get U.S. assets in place? I mean, we're talking about, battleships and other assets.
Well, we're really talking B-2 bombers and other aircraft like the B-1 that can carry the kind of weapons that could penetrate the mountain at Fordow and destroy it. Some of those systems are already in place. They're at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. They're at Gutter. And they can fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, for that matter. So we have the capability now to strike Fordow. It's just a matter of giving the word.
Brett, as we said, Tehran is home to more than 9 million people. Obviously, a complete evacuation of a city of 9 million people is a difficult thing, particularly if there's incoming fire. And at the same time, we heard from Israel, from Netanyahu, the idea of Iranians rising
kill your
up
brother?
and
No, he
overthrowing
escaped on a motorcycle.
That seems a difficult. I mean, obviously, we've seen demonstrations before. There's clearly a lot of animus toward the regime, a lot of dissatisfaction. There's a lot of different ethnic groups as well. But rising up while under bombardment, that seems a contradictory thing.
No, if I were advising the president, I would say you got to keep the Israelis, avoid mission creep here. The declared objectives of the Israelis are the nuclear program and the missile program. If by taking those out, you wind up with a regime change scenario, that's one thing.
Guys, there's a lot of diversity of opinion here.
Regime change.
I'm
looking at Pete on
the fucking CNN panel.
I would not try to go down that road. Keep the mission focused. Align your ends and means.
Big diversity in the panel here. How much do we bomb Iran?
In the mission creep scenario, you get into massive unintended consequences, don't know where that's going. I think you want to have an endpoint. Again, align the military resources, have a diplomatic off-ramp. I can see that's what the White House here is trying to do, but it's very unclear where this is heading tonight.
Colonel, you would agree with that, given experiences in Iraq and other places. Regime change should not be, in your estimation, part of the
He told me he had headphones on, so he couldn't
change
hear
is
me.
going to take a long time.
He had
it's
AirPods
clear to
in,
me that Prime
so he
Minister
couldn't hear me
Netanyahu
yelling at
wants
him.
the Iranian people to rise up, but they're leaving the one city that matters. If they're going to rise up, it's going to take months or years before that happens. If there's to be regime change in Iran today, it's going to have to come from within in some sort of coup. And I don't think the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are going to assassinate the Ayatollah. So I agree with Ambassador McGurk. Stay on target, destroy the nuclear program and the missile program, and then you've defanged Iran, and you've already defanged its proxies around the region, and then the region is in a much better position going forward.
Peter Mansour, Colonel, thank you very much. Brett McGurk as well. More now on the kind of day this has been. Here's CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh with that.
Mid-broadcast, the conflict came to the...
What the fuck? Calling for a military coup on CNN? Yeah, I mean, Americans are the... This makes sense. This is how America is. Are we unironically talking about assassinating the head of state of another country? Yes. Yes. They are. Like, they're also fantasizing about, like, the Iranians moving to the mountainside away from Tehran only to return to fucking do regime change. I've always said Fox News is for domestic suppression and CNN is for imperialism. I mean, Fox News is also for imperialism. They're all priming for war. Trump was elected for moments like this. Fantastic. Dude, one of the grossest things is like seeing all these fucking douchebags who talked a big game about how Trump was going to be a fucking peaceful dove, running around and now being like, well, I guess we're going to war, boys. I guess we're going to fucking war, boys. It's like, didn't you say you were voting for Trump because he was a fucking peaceful dove? Isn't that what happened? Oh, Kamala's going to send us on gay wars. Trump, on the other hand, is going to send us on straight wars. He's going to send us on wars, not in a gay way. I'm horny now. I'm horny for war now. God damn it, dude. Fuck. The Middle East don't count. No, they were actively shitting on Kamala Harris, being like Kamala Harris is a fucking war hawk. Trump, on the other hand, is a peaceful dove. This is why I get so. I think this is part of the reason why I get so mad at dumb fucks that say shit like this. You know what I mean? That people that go, oh, the Democrats wouldn't be putting us in this mess. It's like the Democrats put us in this mess. What are you talking about? I don't care. I don't care what party representation someone has, as long as they're like actually actively anti-war. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Will President Trump destroy MAGA by going to war with Iran? Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn, Open Presence has been fucking going crazy in the chat. Trump campaign uses picture a lot. It was a huge part. Yeah. Pro peace ticket. I think it really might happen. My dad is in the ICU. My active duty brother was in the midst of arranging to come home and be with us. Now he's been radio silent for 5 hours. I have no, like, I have, God, I hate these fucking losers. I hate all of these fucking dumbass Trump supporting losers who literally were like, oh my God, Trump is going to get out of all these wars. He said he's going to end both Ukraine day one, end Ukraine and Russia, end fucking Israel, Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Hamas, whatever you want to fucking call it. He's going to end it all. He's pro-peace. So fucking stupid. Trump ran against Hillary Clinton successfully by positioning himself as against the Iraq war. That was a bad war. It was a shitty war. We should have never entertained it. We lied to go into it. Okay. Now the guy that said the same things about Iraq is saying the same things about Iran, and you're on board. You know? Will the base realize this? Probably not, because they're fucking cultish losers. But it seems like we have the same level of cultish fucking morons on our side too, on the Democratic side too. Liz Frieden, Fox News Pentagon. The U.S. is not striking Iran and remains in a defensive posture, a U.S. official tells Fox News. Yet. Yeah, CNN continues to promote Middle East announcements from Biden aide Brett McGurk, who directed U.S. support for bloodshed, strategic drift in Gaza and Lebanon. He now says the U.S. can reach a diplomatic outcome by moving towards direct involvement versus Iran alongside Israel. McGurk's role in the venture capital firm called Lux Capital that seems focused on expanding its influence in the Middle East, his founder Josh Wolf has for been days promoting pro-war content, including the surreal claims Iranians will welcome military-enforced regime change. Do you have more information about McGurk or other former Biden administration officials who led us to this scary moment that the public deserves to know? You can reach me at Akbar.58 on Signal. A privilege to celebrate Founding Day with His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, plus Lux venture partner Brett McGurk. MBS and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are taking key role in diplomacy on all key conflicts. That's how you know these motherfuckers are going to slaughter Iranians, dude. Another 100 gifted from Open Presence. Thank you, Open Presence. Remember what I previously said. Obama will someday attack Iran in order to show how tough he is. 2013. I don't have any updates on Israel. The only thing that we're looking at, I haven't even covered the fucking Minnesota shooter yet. The only thing we've been looking at all day is the Trump administration now actively moving in a way as though they're going to start striking Iran together with Israel. They're sending this talking point to all the media. U.S. is not joining Israel offensively in its military operation, per U.S. officials, despite reports that President Trump asked the NSC and Situation Room to be readied. I'm told NSC cabinet members are already on standby 24 hours a day, including since Israel's Operation Rising Lion began. General Jack Keane, who says he was just advising Trump over the weekend, calls for the U.S. to directly bomb Iran's remaining nuclear facilities. It's in the United States' core national interest, he claims.
Just to help Israel destroy completely this nuclear enterprise. And Fordow sits out there as a potential target that Israeli is challenged by. It's not that they don't have imagination. It's not that they couldn't do some surprising things. None of that certainly would be off the table.
Okay.
But the guarantee is for the United States to use its penetration bombing to take that site out. And I believe once that's done, we start to see the end of this thing.
General, let me, got about a minute left. You're talking about Fordow. It's relatively located right here, west of Tehran, the capital.
This is the anti-Semitic channel, by the way, according to Israeli Society, that says 50% of Israeli society believes that Fox News is not sufficiently pro-Israel and is actually too pro-Palestine.
This is Natanz here, just to the east and south of it. This is an aerial picture, General, okay, of Natanz and what it was before. You've got buildings and structures here, buildings here, and buildings here. That's pre-war. Now you've got complete devastation in Natanz here, this building located here, as well as this one in the upper right-hand corner. Natanz is very different from what this site that you're describing. Fordow is a half-mile buried inside of a mountain. And you believe the United States has no choice but to get involved with the Iranians? Explain that, sir.
Well, it's in the United States' core national interest that Iran does not have a nuclear capability and get to it. That's a fact. And this capability, if we leave it there, the Ayatollah will recover and rebuild. And that's what he's absolutely counting on. That's why he never was willing to dismantle the program himself with verification. That would end his program. Here he believes he has a chance. And that's what these guys are all about. And
for all the chatters who are too young and never read in history books how America massaged the narrative to go to war in Iraq, it is unfolding in front of your eyes in real time, in broad daylight. Every single outlet, full tilt, go baby go, WMD part 2. It's literally happening. It's a 1-to-1. It is a fucking 1-to-1. Even some of the players like Benjamin Netanyahu are the same, and they're using the same language.
And we've got to finish what we started here. We can't look like we haven't come to the assistance of.
Doesn't even have the wattage left to come up with a different rationale than Iraq. I once thought that Bush and Blair had forever poisoned the well for WMDs as a cause for preemptive war, but nope, this senile pedophile doesn't even care enough to try. Half of the people that are also salivating to do this are the very same people that were never punished for lying about WMDs in Iraq.
Of the Israelis when they needed it the most here to finish this operation. They are our strongest ally in the region. What do you think the Arabs would think after the president's visit there, looking at this and they're saying, my, if the United States isn't going to help the Israelis at this critical time, what's the chance they're going to help us? And does this motivate Putin a little bit more to stay the course in terms of what he's doing, and President Xi, if we don't help the Israelis finish this off? It's their operation. We would lend a support to it to finish it off. And that's what I'm suggesting, and I'm certain the president is making those considerations.
Here is also Glenn Beck.
Has Israel...
Here is Glenn Beck literally refusing to recognize the identical talking points while still trying to maintain an anti-Iraq war posture, talking about why we definitely have to go to war with Iran.
Asked us to fight their war. Answer, no. Is this another Iraq, or is it something entirely different? Well, let me tell you what makes this moment unlike anything else we have faced before. First, this was not a call to war. This was not a land invasion. This is not a campaign to topple a regime and then sit around for 20 years trying to rebuild a culture that doesn't want what we have. Even though Iran, the Iranian people are good people, the Persians are great people, and they do want a life like ours. But this was targeted. This was surgical. This was preemptive. Not against an idea, not against a guess, against the very real, very stated intentions of a regime run by men who do not think like we think, okay? They do not want what we want. We choose life. They literally choose death. That is as clear as it is. Do you choose life or do you choose death? That is a culture of death. So I want to start with the clerics of Iran. The Ayatollahs, the supreme leader, the mullahs, the puppet masters of the so-called Islamic Republic and their Sharia law. I have said this for years and years and years. If you don't understand this, you don't understand Iran. These are 12ers. They are followers of a branch of Shiite Islam that believes not just in the return of the messianic figure called the Mahdi, but also that his return can and must be, in their words, hastened or accelerated. And the only way to do that is to, quote, using their words, wash the world in blood. Okay, I think I'm out at that. You know, that's my first stop on the train, and I'm like,
on against Israel.
The conflict has, of course, since escalated, with each side launching dozens of strikes.
And since the warring sides do not share a border, the attacks have largely been focused on airstrikes. While Iran may have the largest stock of missiles and drones in the Middle East, Israel's air force is considered one of the most powerful in the world, and its air defense system one of the most advanced. And more crucially, Israel has US backing. So is one military at a clear advantage? Does the length of the conflict make a difference? And are there other factors that may play?
Al Jazeera has a pre-recorded segment right now during this siren alert. Let's go to the cameras. This is a Turkish channel. Sokak Kedisi. Stray cat. Well, that one Iranian chatter that said rockets would start coming at 3 to 4 a.m. Turns out, what did he know? Siren stopped. Yeah, I mean, this is the same time as last night. These are the first sirens that come. They're not going to be the rockets are not going to come yet. What Channel 14 says Trump is going to sign an order. It was Khamenei in the chat. Do you know how long it takes for rockets to reach? Once we get like confirmation from the Iranian side of launches, it'll be around 10 to 15 minutes. I think it's like a 10 to 15 minute but we don't have confirmation on the launches. Any valid info on cyber attacks against Israel? Channel 14 was actually attacked. Channel 14 withstood a cyber attack. And also there's speculation that like the interceptor failure was due to a cyber attack as well, but I don't know about that. Chatter in Israel here. Sirens came without the usual 5-minute wait. Really unusual. Heard explosions. We haven't seen any visual confirmations of explosions. They sent fake red alerts and told Israelis to avoid shelters because of a warning of terrorist attacks on shelters. Wait, really?
Be in the Situation Room pretty soon with the president. Is he still aiming for a nuclear deal with the Iranians?
Of course. The president's, as he said today, his position has not changed. What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America first means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests. So when you see jets and you see air
Cyber
defense
Authority
assets,
warns against
counter
fake
UAS
messages.
assets, that's because my job as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure that our people are safe and that we're strong so that we can set the conditions for a deal. And President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
Be in the Situation Room pretty soon with the president.
I hope China reconsiders their stance. I don't know. They issued an evacuation warning for Tel Aviv. So who knows? Who knows what they're fucking cooking up? Who knows what they got in the lab, dude? I mean, they are very much the opposite of the USSR. But then again, like I said, it's this could be the push comes to shove moment that accelerates, that pushes China to finally take an interventionist stance that directly is antagonistic to America's immediate military goals in any part of the planet. China has consistently used trade relations and development and loaning, like unconditional loans that they often forgive, as a way to develop a robust network of allies around the planet, as a way to create a secondary market in Africa and the African continent. Having said that, however, their non-interventionist policy, especially when it comes to like military intervention, they're very limited in the interactions that they have with even like Russia, for example. They'll offer some support with Russia in Ukraine. But this is different than that. This would directly, in my opinion, America's actions alongside Israel in the region is directly against China. Explosions in Tel Aviv, we're not seeing shit, we're not hearing shit. Bro, this is the same live feed that everyone is using. I don't know why you guys are saying this. Literally the same live feed that like all the OSIN accounts are using as well as the Associated Press live feed. Trump says he must return to Washington as soon as possible. Trump says he must return to Washington early for obvious reasons. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with the AP feed. I feel like they might be like looping footage. I mean, clouds have moved since the last time we clicked on it. And Al Jazeera Arabic has the same feed too.
المسؤول السابق في وزارة الخارجية الأمريكية وأيضا ساري عرابي الخبير بالشؤون الإسرائيلية رام الله أبدأ معك ربما سيد ساري وتعليق على هذه الصور التي كنا نشاهدها وهذه الدفعة الصاروخية الجديدة القادمة من إيران وإن كانت لا تبدو حتى اللحظة على الأقل بأنها كبيرة جدا كما عهدناها ماذا يمكن أن نقول بشأنها ما تأثير كل هذا على المشهد في
إسرائيل؟
يعني الحقيقة تأثير هذه الصواريخ على المشهد بإسرائيل منوط بقدرة هذه الصواريخ التدميرية. هل ستكون هذه الصواريخ كما
I can see Israel doing a total blackout of all information coming out of Tel Aviv. China's feed? China has a feed? What the fuck? Why did China set its citizens to immediately evacuate? For me, it's not just about Iran's missiles. I think something very bad and big in history will happen after that. OSINT claims multiple interceptions seen over Tel Aviv and central Israel. Where are they seeing this? None of the feeds that are available show any of this. I'm pretty sure this is just this, chatters. It's literally the same feed. They all are getting the same feed, and the feed's not showing anything. They heard me. They're moving it now. U.S. Central Command. An hour ago, Iran is preparing to launch a large-scale, unprecedented attack on Israel. They've been saying this nonstop, dude. Go to Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Hey, guys. Al Jazeera Arabic is showing the same fucking Associated Press feed, okay? Please. They are showing the same feed. Breaking loud blast heard in Tel Aviv. Why are we not seeing it? There was literally a rocket. Where? Clip it. No, the Al Jazeera rockets that you're seeing are from earlier, dude. This is from earlier. These are from earlier. These are the same rockets that they're looping. Dumbass. That's a replay. This is the live feed. The live feed is identical to the AP live feed. They're literally looping. There's nothing happening in Tel Aviv. Where are the Israeli chatters? Evet, AP Anadolu Ajans'la aynı. Yes. Now Tel Aviv is given the all clear. Update. Civilians may now exit bomb shelters following Iran's ballistic missile attack. The home front command says, what is happening? We're not. What? Okay, now I think they have officially cut the AP feed. I don't think that the AP feed is real. I don't think the AP feed is real. Either. Okay. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot. Either all the feeds are just feeding fake info. It isn't. Look at the skyline versus the others. Yeah, it looks the same. What are you talking about? Tel Aviv now has clear skies, no cloud. What the fuck was that? Bugs, I guess. Yeah, it's just birds. Here, bombs going off. This is fake, chatter. That's fake. Yeah, I feel like there's either nothing going on. Multiple countries asking their citizens to leave Israel. China, Russia, Argentina, and Germany asked their citizens to leave Israel immediately, according to Israeli media. Radar stop for technical maintenance. I don't think that IDF Home Front Command stated the civilians can now leave their shelters. Look at the third failed ballistic missile attack today against Israel by Iran. IRGC and Iranian news are both saying they hit Tel Aviv. Alarms in the center following launches from Iran. Trump, everyone should evacuate Tehran. Explosions to echo in the center after alarms sounded for a second time tonight. This time too, almost without prior warning. A particularly unusual warning from the U.S. Okay, I can't tell if like they are... Okay, listen. I can't tell if there is tremendous censorship happening So all the feeds are just looping. All the feeds are just looping shit because there are chatters in Tel Aviv that are saying they hear explosions. But the Israeli government is saying that civilians can leave their shelters. We have intercepted another round of ballistic missiles. But there are people that are in Israel saying that they're reporting that there is like explosions that they're hearing. And there's no way for any visual confirmation whatsoever. We covered this earlier. Mint Press says, according to reports, a single cruise missile was fired and was not detected by Israel until it reached its target. An explosion was heard in Tel Aviv. No official confirmation of what was hit or if there was a last-minute interception. It appears that Iran is probing. Nothing that sounded like a hit in Tel Aviv. Probing is when you send a missile to test out the interception capabilities, or if you send a dud. I mean, maybe the cameras are not looping, but it's just like it hits somewhere else. I don't know. The video of the one ballistic missile. This is from the Iranian side. I know IDF is confiscating live stream equipment. I know. I haven't heard shit in Israel. What we are allowed to see from the Israeli skyline. I think going forward, the only thing we will have will be the only thing we'll have will most likely be fucking footage, not from the skyline directly, but will be footage from people's phone cameras if they even release phone camera footage. Tehran's residents have nowhere to go despite Trump's threat. Explosion in Tel Aviv as air raid sirens blare in central Israel. The Reuters news agency is reporting explosions in the sky over Tel Aviv after the Israeli military said it's working to intercept missiles launched from Iran. Times of Israel says air raid sirens are blaring across central Israel. This is from 2 minutes ago in Al Jazeera. There is so much. What is happening? The attack on Tel Aviv a few minutes ago seemed different. Sirens howling, but no Iron Dome interceptors launched a big massive boom, followed by very shortly after sirens were activated, but no video footage. I don't know. This is speculation. All of this is speculation. Okay, so the IDF collected the live video equipment. No, I don't think that they're... I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But what I do know is, yes, they are... Like, they have apprehended people who have even filmed the oil refinery that blew up, as I covered earlier today. And they are... They confiscated the footage of people who have filmed previous strike locations. They also released from Central Command. They released a new mandate that no one should actually film. Anyway, CNN's talking to Benny Gantz. Let's hear what he has to say.
Anything like that before in those kind of long distances all around us. On the Iranian issue, there's no right or left. There is right or wrong, and we are right.
And just finally, what is your message to President Trump in terms of U.S.
First,
support?
I want to thank President Trump. Yes, I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the American people and the American administration for many, many years of partnership. And it's definitely the same values, but also the very, very same interest. It's true that for us, Iranian issue, it's an issue with existential potential threat for us. But for the United States, for the American people in the region, in the Middle East, in Saudi, in the Arab countries around the Gulf, everywhere you look at, it's a major interest. And if you ask the people of Kyiv, it's a major interest for them as well. So I'm sure President Trump, understanding the importance of him being a global leader and probably the most important person in the world in terms of political leadership, I'm sure that he will direct the right thing for him, for the world, and for the region. And of course, I'm sure he cares about Israel very much, but it's their decisions. We are always here for the United States, and the United States is always here for us. And I'm sure that this will be the future, in the future as well.
Minister Gantz, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you very much.
That channel is looping earlier strikes. This channel is showing old footage. It's showing old footage. Okay, I'm losing my mind. What is happening? Channels called like CNN 13, CNN 18, they're just farming. They're Indian bot farms that are literally looping older footage of strikes to get guys like you to be stoked and fucking watch and tune in and go, oh my God, it's happening. Trump to hold meeting with the NSC as U.S. sends additional forces to the Middle East. Our favorite really good guy in America joining the
that the United States of America and the President of the United States have an obligation to make sure that the region is going to a positive way and that the world is free from Iran that possess nuclear weapon in the middle of the richest place in oil and gas in the world. This could be a disaster for the world. And I believe that the determination of the American president that have been shown recently will pave the way to America to enter into this very important operation. The President of the United States have the option to change the Middle East and influence the war and influence the world, not only the war, in order to do something that will create a better future for all of us.
I saw a Tel Aviv citizen post a video on Facebook and a bunch of other Israelis commented saying you're not supposed to post videos of this. They don't want footage of the hypersonics beating the dome. No, I know. It's illegal. You guys should still do it, though, if you're in Israel. I mean, be safe. First and foremost, be safe. But if you're in Israel, and let's say, you fucking film something, Like, I'll take a look at it. You know what I mean? I am not going out there to play with the hypersonic missiles. To each their own, I'm saying. Listen, I'm not saying go outside. I'm not saying leave the bomb shelter, okay? But let's say you're in a position where you're already outside, you know? At which point, you might as well whip it out. You might as well whip it out, you know? Yeah, let's say you're on your way to the public bomb shelter. That's all I mean. I don't want to see rocket attacks from last night, chatters. I don't want to see that. Oh, this was a very funny video I saw. Gideon Levy once said Israel's the only occupier in the world that is convinced of its own ongoing victimhood, and I think about that often. I saw this video on my TikTok timeline. I was going to say nobody can prepare you for what you're about to hear, but I think many of you are exactly aware of what you're about to hear. But here it is. The average Israeli position post Iranian retaliation.
Why does it have to happen to us always? Why is it always the Jewish people? We didn't do anything. Like, it wasn't us. Like, we really didn't do anything.
Critics of the Jewish state would say you guys started this war by attacking Iran about 48 hours ago.
I love that he says about 48 hours ago. Like that right there makes just to help you understand the timeline here. That makes it so much funnier.
No. We did not start. No, the Jewish people, Israel doesn't want to ever do a war. The entire world is really against Iran. I don't think anybody wants them to have nuclear weapons. So Israel's doing the job, and then Israel gets all the damage after it. Why does it have to happen to us always? Why is it always the Jewish?
I also bonus points for the exact type of American hog she is, because she said nuclear. Like, this is our own, okay? This is a fresh import. You know this is one of ours, all right? Like, she said nuclear. That's a homegrown. Listen, you can't fool me with that native MENA accent, okay? You can't fool me with that native regional accent. I know one of mine when I see them, okay? That's homegrown American public education right there. She said Iran and nuclear, okay? That's homegrown, baby. That's one of ours. Oh, that's so good. Israeli wants to thank you from the USA. We did all the war for you, you piece of shit. Say thank you, Israel. White House staffer disputes Channel 14 report on Trump's direct involvement. Breaking. U.S. fighter jets participating in airstrikes on Iran, according to Israeli Channel 14. Alex Pfeiffer says, fake news. Sean Parnell, American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, and that has not changed. We will protect American troops and our interests. Fuck is this? Breaking. Trump has instructed his aides to try and arrange a meeting with the Iranian officials as soon as possible. What the fuck is going on, man? What is going on? Yeah, I don't think American troops have actually moved in an offensive posture so far. I don't think that that's going on. Art of the deal. Check Al Jazeera. It's over. What do you mean it's over?
It is not true that US is attacking Iran, and it goes on to say that American forces are maintaining their defensive posture. So no change on that front. As you mentioned earlier,
areas
we've just seen
and so far this
photo.
team remains on standby, but that doesn't mean that we are headed for any kind of de-escalation here between Israel and Iran, as both sides are continuing to maintain
Yeah, we didn't see any of this shit. Okay.
Very deadly.
Okay, the AP feed is bunk. If this is from literally the last round of strikes, we didn't see any of that shit. So the AP feed is definitely bunk. This is literally Tel Aviv. This should be seen. This should have been visible from the fucking AP feed.
At diplomacy amid all of it, but from here I can tell you that the feeling is certainly that this is not ending anytime soon, that this could go on for weeks perhaps, as the Israeli Prime Minister now talks about what he believes he has dealt in terms of a blow to Iran, saying he believes he has set back Iran's nuclear program a very long time, although he declined to elaborate. But he did make clear that there are still additional targets for Israel to go after in Tehran. And we are, of course, watching, even in just the last few hours, those airstrikes are indeed continuing. Caitlin?
I know it says Reuters earlier, but...
All right, Jeremy Diamond, keep us updated on what you're seeing on the ground. Obviously, we've seen a lot of late-breaking developments this evening. Also, CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, is joining us. Clarissa, and as you look at what's happening here, you're at Tel Aviv's largest hospital where you just had to take shelter, just to give everyone context for what it's been like on the ground. Tell us what you've been seeing tonight.
Well, it's been an unusual scene, Caitlin, as you just heard Jeremy articulate there. For the past 3 evenings, anytime you hear those sirens, you know you have about 90 seconds to get to shelter, and then very soon thereafter, we have been used to hearing those barrages of Iranian missiles, some of them intercepted, some of them making landfall. But on these last 2 occasions, we haven't really heard much at all. And on the last one, the most recent one, just about 45 minutes ago, there wasn't the pre-alert. It simply just started with the siren. Again, usually you're given a pre-alert that gives you about 15 minutes to find a shelter. So a sense that things are a little unusual tonight. Doctors here are continuing to be prepared for any and all eventualities. Often these strikes have been happening in the very early hours in the morning. So 4:30 in the morning it was last night when a series of strikes killed 8 people, particularly around the Tel Aviv area. And what the doctors have done, Caitlin, which is kind of extraordinary, I haven't seen it before, is to move this entire hospital, some 600 patients, they moved them into a parking lot that 4 days ago was full of motorcycles and cars and is now, and they did it in the space of 7 hours, full of hundreds of patients who are down there 24/7, since this all started, because they cannot be moved easily in the event of an emergency. They have a whole operations center down there as well, so that they can track which strikes are hitting in which areas and which hospitals it makes sense to bring which patients to. So still bracing themselves potentially for what the rest of the night and the early morning may bring, but so far relatively quiet here in Tel Aviv, Caitlin.
Yeah, it just shows you the lengths that they're going to and also how quickly everything.
U.S. President Trump is weighing a critical decision in the 4-day-old war between Israel and Iran, whether to enter the fray by helping Israel destroy the deeply buried nuclear enrichment facility of Fordow, which only American bunker busters dropped by American B-2 bombers can reach, which is what we've been seeing all day. That's all they've been fucking entertaining.
Ostensibly going to be about
or to force a truce.
And other issues, but obviously the topic, a main topic, has changed given what's happening in the Middle East. Joining me now is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, and it's great to have you here, sir, because obviously the president coming out tonight and warning that everyone who lives in Tehran needs to evacuate immediately, and then cutting his trip short has raised a lot of questions about what may have changed. Do you know if there is anything changing on the ground? Are there more strikes happening in Tehran tonight? What is the latest that you've been briefed on?
Caitlin, I can tell you what's happening from our side, not from the U.S. side. You know, it's a U.S. decision what to do, when to do, how to do, if they want to take action against Iran. But from our side, we continue with the strikes. You know, today we continue to target many military infrastructure.
In a 30-minute time span, they've had two people that demanded from the American side that we must make haste and bomb Iran, and do so in a way that is peaceful. And then you had Benny Gantz, the former opposition guy, and now you have Danny Danon, the current ambassador to the UN.
The president says, as he did to reporters earlier, about just what is unfolding in the Middle East. He says he still thinks Iran wants a deal,
Another
wants
weird
to make
flight
a deal.
path from
Do you
China
agree with that
to
sentiment?
Iran, following the same flight path, now fourth plane to do the
Well, we
exact
have to
same
look at the
thing.
actions of the Iranians in the last few decades. You know, they are the masters of deception. They lied so many times, and there's a very famous slogan in Farsi, which says, don't look at the hands, look at the legs when somebody speaks with you. And when you look at what they did over the years, they played the game, you know, they lied all along. And I think we have to look at the actions. If there will be a place for diplomacy that will ensure that Taiwan will not be able to threaten Israel and the entire area and the entire world, you know, we will be there. But so far we saw that they are lying, and that's why we decided not to take that chance, not to wait and to take a preemptive defense attack.
So that sounds like you don't believe Iran is ready to make a deal.
Well, you know, if you analyze what happened in the last, so we cannot wait and see what they want to do. If they will come and say we are willing to stop with both ideas of having nuclear weapons and the ballistic missile capabilities, I think, you know, everybody will be there to discuss it with them, but we don't believe them that they really mean it.
You just said, talked about the people of Iran.
Going to have
like
an
Iranian regime in Iran. Obviously, we've heard about that plenty. But
is CNN going to ask Iranians at all what's going on?
Does Israel
at
agree
any point?
That
you think
all of the millions of people who live in Tehran should immediately evacuate?
Well, first I would stress, you know, we support, we love, we pray for those people. 46 years ago, before the revolution, we had direct flights from Tel Aviv to Tehran, and we did so many things together. And we hope that one day it will be the case, that we will be able to continue to develop the bond between the people. Regarding the regime, you know, we think this regime should not be there, and I hope it will happen soon. When we attack, we tell the people not to be there. You know, the people in Iran, they know very well where the RJC headquarters, they know very well where the reactors are being built. So they should be smart about where they are spending their time in the next few days.
But you're not saying there should be a mass evacuation from Tehran?
Well, I don't want to get into details, but I can tell you that today, when we knew that we were going to operate in a certain area, we gave them a warning. And by the way, as we speak, even though it's late night in Iran today, you see tens of thousands of people moving out, you know. So I think they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, you
we are told
them
that
with murder.
The president, that Israel came to the United States over the weekend with a proposal and a possibility to take out the supreme leader of Iran, and that it was something that was rejected by the White House, that the president did not think that was a good idea. there was essentially a concern that it would escalate this conflict even further. Does Israel see it that way, that if you did take out the supreme leader, that it would escalate this conflict more?
Well, we cannot go into details, but you can believe me that we have the capabilities. You know, we showed the capabilities of the Mossad, the intelligence we had on the leaders of Iran, you know, the strikes on the first day, and also we saw the capabilities of our Air Force. Today we have freedom to fly in many areas in Iran, especially above Tehran. So if we want to target someone, we can do it, but we will not get to the decision when and what and if to do it.
But the U.S. clearly has influence on that decision. If Israel went to the United States and the United States said they didn't think it was a good idea, and Israel clearly listened.
Well, I don't think, you know, we should discuss, you know, what we speak with our allies. I can tell you that the decision to start this operation was made in Jerusalem. It was an Israeli decision.
Danny Danon is so funny. He's like, yes, everyone in Iran needs to kill themselves and also make sure that the high rises are empty so that we can move some people into Tehran and make it a part of greater Israel. Yes, these are very simple solution, Caitlin. Very simple. If they do not do this, they are anti-Semitic, Caitlin. I don't understand. These are very normal demands that every country would make. Why won't they leave Tehran? They are being anti-Semitic, not leaving Tehran. Don't they know we want Tehran? And also, maybe they should move to the Fordo nuclear facility so we can bomb it and kill as many of them as possible. Let's hear what Fox News is saying for a change of pace.
And U.S. drones, stealth bombers, tomahawks from the Gulf, B-2s, hitting that Fordow bunker nuclear site underground. And once that goes off, it's end of story for Esfahan, Iraq, and all of the other enrichment facilities. They're going to be gone. And I think it's time for the Iranians to put their ego back in the bag and get to the table before the Iranian people start to ignite a monster revolution. That's why I come out with all this.
Well, Israel has showed some restraint. They could take out their entire electric grid, which is gas-driven. All their refineries basically are on one island. I mean, owning the skies, there's nothing the Iranians can do to stop it. And yet the Israelis have not targeted that. Meanwhile, Tel Aviv is under fire, and they're targeting civilians. So you can see two very different thought processes at work here. But now it's a matter of...
Isn't that funny that the difference of opinion between Fox News and CNN is so marginal at this point? Like
is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, you know, you were praising the president for
Senator from Tel Aviv
and going back to the table and back to the table. Yeah. You can't say that he didn't try to give them an out, an opportunity, knowing what the eventual outcome was going to be. And, you know, he said, I told them it's a shame. It's a waste of human life. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. How do you interpret that, sir?
Well, I take President at his word. He gave Iran 60 days to do a deal. On the 61st day, we are where we are. There's two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. One is diplomacy, the other is force. I think the headline tonight is we're moving into the land of force. I think Iran has allowed themselves to be fooled into thinking they could manipulate Trump. Same old tactics with the wrong guy when it comes to Trump. To all those who voted for President Trump and got him in office, God bless you. He's the right guy at the right time. These are dangerous times. Why do we say no nuclear weapon for Iran? They're a religious theocracy. They're built around an extreme version of Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabia and the Sunni branch of Islam. They want to kill all the Jews in Israel and come after us. That's what their whole country is built upon, a theocratic view that there's nobody else in the world but them when it comes to worshiping God. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. Israel believes that. I believe that. So here's the task at hand. Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? Tom Cotton is coming on. He made a great observation. The endless war is Iran. Since 1979, they've been attacking the entire region, chanting death to America, death to Israel since their very founding. It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
But the Trump doctrine seems to be very clear to...
Dude, you're Lindsey Graham. The modern Republican Party is functionally identical to the Ayatollahs. Like, what are we? What the fuck? Like, you just want to do it Christian style. That's it.
The country of Iran, they're basically at the mercy now of the Israelis.
It's so weird,
at this point. Once the nuclear threat is removed, then the Israelis will have the opportunity to.
I can't. Dude. It's like conservatives hate the conservatism of other conservatives overseas that they want to blow up. It's so fucking funny.
They want to survive as a country.
It's like, that's right. Iran hates gay people. I, Lindsey Graham, am gay, but in the closet. Why? Because I'm a Republican senator, of course, and obviously want to punish the gay people here in America.
Just think what happened when the Soviet Union collapsed. Ronald Reagan stood up and said, there's an evil empire on the other side of the Berlin Wall. Donald Trump has been a man of peace. He pursues peace for Russia, Ukraine. He tried to get a deal.
Dog, there is no difference. Like, they are also talking about different ways of blowing up deep Iranian nuclear facilities. They're just using different language, but that's it. These guys say Iranians are bloodthirsty monsters. They want to do sectarian violence to the Sunnis. They're Shia. They're 12ers. They're Shia 12ers. They believe in the Mahdi coming back. And then CNN, on the other hand, is like, well, you know, there's obviously peace through strength, and there's a time for diplomacy. But I believe that, like, a military first strike on the Fordow nuclear facilities would actually bring Iran to the table. But ultimately, they're saying the same thing. That's my point. That's my point. Both these groups are saying the exact same. We have to first strike Iranian nuclear facility to stop them from developing a nuke. They're going to develop it any day now, any moment now, and we have to stop them. And only then can we do regime change and bring them to the fucking table for negotiations.
As that situation was heating up. Pretty remarkable as well. Senator Graham, we appreciate your time, and Senator Cotton will be on in a little bit. We'll get his take on all this as well. But up next tonight, right here on Hannity.
But yeah, obviously, this, I think, should help people understand that American foreign policy is uniparty regardless. They use different language, but it's uniparty nonetheless. I mean, this literally happened with Biden when he pulled out of Afghanistan. Okay, Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and the media launched an endless fucking negative campaign against them. And liberal media at the time was talking about how fucked up it is that we're pulling out of Afghanistan and how the women are going to get destroyed. They won't be able to have an education. Republicans, on the other hand, were talking about how humiliating the pullout was. That's it. Ironically enough, the Biden pullout was also orchestrated by Donald Trump, going back to the uniparty principle that I was mentioning. So there's always, what is this? Iranian official news agency IRNA has announced the launch of a new barrage of missiles heading towards Israel. This will be the third barrage fired in the past 4 hours from Iran towards the occupied Palestinian territories. I mean, these barrages have been no motion, I'm going to be honest. We haven't seen anything, partially because of the censorship. Partially because of the censorship, but also partially because I think that they haven't like been sending massive volleys. Hasan PBS, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Do you believe the small annoying strikes for psychological warfare? Yeah, I think so. I think that's definitely a part of it. But the more limited the strikes are, the more Israel will feel galvanized to retaliate aggressively. So even if they were doing attrition, hitting like 1 or 2 missiles every now and then is still going to is not going to accomplish a strategic goal of deterrence. The closest gay bar to the Pentagon, Freddy's Beach Bar, is currently reporting below average activity. Domino's is being high and the bar being low is the classic indicator that something is off. Okay, yes, I know they're there. They're working. They're working in real time. We know. Does Iran actually have a nuke? No. If they had a nuke, this wouldn't be happening. Leo, Virgo, Aries, thank you for the 10 gifted. The HasanAbi, the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you, the viewers. It is an ad-free experience through and through. But once again, your subscriptions are the only way to support the stream, the Piker Broadcasting stream, the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service has no sponsors other than you, the subscribers. Please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. What is this?
With serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation.
The American firm Maxar Technologies has released satellite images of Natanz. The first picture is from January and the second from Saturday. Several buildings on site are visibly destroyed. Iran has demanded stronger condemnation of Israel's attacks on the facilities, calling the aggression a breach of international law and a nuclear threat to the people of Iran.
We urged in this meeting the Board of Governors and the IAEA not to allow their initial failure to prevent aggression to be followed by subsequent failure, and to take a strong and effective remedial action. The board must condemn Israeli aggression in its strongest term and
35% off. 5 gifted subs plus, by the way.
Is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C., and a lecturer in international affairs at George Washington University. She says Israel cannot destroy the Iranian nuclear program.
U.S. tankers are loading up and heading towards eastern routes.
The Israelis have not succeeded in achieving what was their announced goal, which was to destroy the Iranian nuclear program. And they frankly cannot do that without United States assistance.
Among people in and close to the Trump administration, I'm now hearing little faith in avoiding direct involvement.
The Israelis trying to get the United States to step in.
This is from Huffington Post senior diplomatic correspondent Akbar Shahid Ahmed. Among people in and close to the Trump administration, I'm now hearing little faith in avoiding direct U.S. involvement in Israel's war on Iran. As ever under Trump, factor in volatility. But the structural indicators, military deployments, Israel sustaining significant hits are dark. Macron said Trump has made an offer for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Who the fuck is Macron? Do you mean the French pastry? You know, the ones that they make with like vanilla? Like it's like a cookie and it's got like a cool little flavor in the middle. Is that what you're talking about? Who the fuck is Macron, bro? Fuck's a cookie gonna do about 40 plus years of American dominance in the Middle East? What do you mean, Macron? Oh, you mean macaroni, like the pasta, like the one that you make with cheese. Is that what you're talking about? What's a pasta gonna do? Who the fuck is Macron, dude? Who's that guy? He said Trump leaving G7 early was a good sign after tweeting an evacuation order to the people of Iran. Macron has said that Trump's early departure from the G7 summit in Canada is positive, given the objective to get a ceasefire. He said that Trump had told G7 leaders that there were discussions on obtaining a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Trump literally refused to sign a de-escalation agreement at the G7. What the fuck is this little man talking about, bro? Macron is so desperate to be at the table. It's so funny. Will Maneker, big difference between now and right before we invaded Iraq is that almost no one in America wants or thinks we need to go to war with Iran, and the people who do are barely even trying to justify it because they don't have to. Aerial activity in Iran, in Ahwaz, Iran. Right now, I'm treating every single thing, every single piece of information that comes out of the will they, won't they style situation that we are watching unfold as smoke and mirrors until there is verifiable proof that America is de-escalating tensions in the region and redirecting its military positions away from Iran. I will assume. Red alert right now. Tel Aviv launches detected. Breaking. Detection of launches towards occupied Palestine. Alerts may be activated in the coming minutes in the areas of the Gulf, Manash, Wadi Ara, the Carmel, Upper Galilee, the Confrontation Line, the Northern Golan, the Valleys, the Central Galilee, Southern Golan, and Lower Galilee. Here's what Trey Winks is reporting from Tel Aviv looks like as of 10 minutes
From
ago.
Israel tonight is our own Trey Yangst. I don't think he slept 5 hours in the last week, but Trey, we appreciate your coverage. Thank you.
Sean, thank you. It's been another difficult 24 hours for Israel. Just about 30 minutes ago, air raid sirens were sounding across the city of Tel Aviv, sending nearly 1 million people in the metropolitan area into bomb shelters. Last night, 11 people were killed as 65 Iranian ballistic missiles streamed through the skies of Israel, 5 of them impacting the ground below, 1 in the heart of Tel Aviv. We arrived just minutes after the explosion, speaking with survivors.
When the missiles arrived.
Oh, we covered this already. Sirens going off on the live stream. I mean, I don't think Haifa is the one to look out for, but it's too tiny to see here. Trey says more incoming. We can see interceptors streaming through the sky towards the north as of a minute ago. Why does the Haifa one say 200301? I don't even know where this fucking, I guess it's coming from Ashkelon. Some of the material being promoted tonight by the users of this platform in DC, including many folks in government and close decision-making circles. Israel Defense Forces, if we don't stop them, you're next. IRNA said launches happened 15 minutes ago, but Israel only just now detected them. What the fuck? There's something very weird happening. There's something very weird happening with the Israeli detection. I don't know what it is. It's wonky as fuck. And we have no visual confirmation capabilities because I think that all of these fucking cameras are busted. Definitely cyber warfare, but I don't think Iran has that capability, though I could be very wrong. No, I think they did. They released a fake. Interceptor seen departing Israel to intercept the missiles fired by Iran. It's not fake. I hear missiles crashing right now. Well, we can't see anything. Trump has encouraged Vice President J.D. Vance and his Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff to offer to meet the Iranians this week, according to a U.S. official New York Times reports. Okay. That's a decent update. It should be daylight there now? No, the sun's probably only now coming up in Israel. If they want to send J.D. Vance, that means they want to kill everybody. Whoa, what the fuck? What is all this shit? There's something wonky. I mean, it's reloading, but there's something wonky happening with the feeds. The Western Wall cam? What the fuck is this gonna do, bro? Me and 72 others just watching the Western Wall. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. If one more person sends me a CNN 18 link, I'm gonna end the stream. Everybody keeps sending me the Pentagon gay pizza indicator with the gay bar and the fucking... Oh my God. Literally everyone keeps sending the same shit. CNN 18 or the gay bar near the Pentagon is not selling pizza, but Domino's is selling a lot of pizza. Or getting duped by the Al Jazeera Arabic feed that keeps looping successful strikes over and over again from previous days, thinking that that is a strike that just took place. They're not hitting Tel Aviv anyway, or Jerusalem, I don't think. So the Jerusalem feed wouldn't show anything, I don't. What is this looping into? Another very small attack, no more than 5 missiles. Open source intel, I heard at least 20 interceptions. Haifa area targeted right now. That's the interception? I feel like we're getting more and more insane trying to watch this and trying to make sense of it. I think I'm going to stop looking at the new interceptions and look at the new updates with J.D. Vance.
The highest stakes that I think he has seen so far in this president's foreign policy.
Yeah, and he also really has always sought a Nobel Peace Prize and is trying to play a role in this. He was pointing the other day to Pakistan and India and other conflicts. Dasha Burns, Kristen Holmes, great to have both of you reporting here tonight. Coming up here on CNN, the suspect in those shootings of the 2 Minnesota lawmakers was in court today.
All right, let's get to that actually.